sir. Warm greetings to everyone. I, Dr. Barkha Gupta, moderator of the inaugural ceremony of this international webinar, would first of all like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the eminent guests of honor from WHO, ILRI, OIE, FAO, Canada, India, exemplary speakers, dean, directors, and faculty members of RAJUVAS, field vets, dear students, and all the other august participants, including faculty of different universities and medical professionals, for joining this online international webinar on COVID-19, Where Do We Go From Here to Deal Zoonoses, which is being organized by Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance, Response of Zoonotic Diseases, CDSRZ, Postgraduate Institute of Veterinary Education and Research, PGIVER, Jaipur, Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, RAJUVAS, and Alembic Pharmaceuticals Ltd as a technical partner on the occasion of World Zoonoses Day 2021 in the turbulent times of COVID-19 pandemic. We commence the auspicious inaugural ceremony with our pride RAJUVAS song. You all are requested to sit it on your respective places for RAJUVAS song. Dr. Shinde.
वंदन राजुवास, अभिनंदन राजुवास। राजस्थान पशु चिकित्सा पशु विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय ज्ञान विज्ञान प्रशिक्षण शिक्षण प्रसार और नवशोधालय। राजस्थान पशु चिकित्सा पशु विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय। लक्ष्य चिकित्सा पशु स्वास्थ्य व आर्थिक युग का अवलंबन। नवल नस्ल संधान नई तकनीक विकास प्रगति का स्पंदन। व्याधि नियंत्रण खाद्य प्रबंधन पशु उत्पाद प्रवर्तन। कृषि नीति का पंथ प्रदर्शन शस्य श्यामला संवर्धन। गौरव प्रदेश का शीर्ष देश का मरु संस्कृति के लिए। राजस्थान पशु चिकित्सा पशु विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय। पशुधन का कल्याण सर्वदा दुग्ध दधि लवनी आह्लाद। मरुभूमि के सरस संपदा सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम नाद। पर्यावरण प्रिय सत्व सखा और ग्राम्य जन उपकारी। कृषक मित्र पशुधन संरक्षक यही सर्वजन हितकारी। सर्व भवन्तु सुखिनः दृष्टा कारक जगत निरामय। राजस्थान पशु चिकित्सा पशु विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय। पशुधनं नित्यं सर्वलोकोपकारकं। जय पशुधनम् जय जय पशुपालकम्। जय जय राजुवास जय जय राजुवास जय जय राजुवास।
Thanks to everyone. Here I would like to inform all the eminent guest speakers that timings of the inaugural session is between 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So please conclude your address in maximum 5 minutes. Now I would like to request Professor Sanjita Sharma, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of the Online International Webinar and Dean PGIVER Jaipur for her welcome address. Respected Professor Sanjita Sharma, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Barkha. So good morning to all. Today on the occasion of World Zoonoses Day, on behalf of Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Bikaner, I, Professor Sanjita Sharma, heartily welcomes you all our honorable guests, eminent speakers, dean, directors, all the faculty members of RAJUVAS, faculty members of different universities of India and abroad, scientists, students, and participants from different disciplines, whether it is medical, veterinary, and from different public health associations. So I welcome you all in today's webinar, today's international webinar, organized by Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance and Response of Zoonotic Diseases and PGIVER Jaipur. It's really, it's indeed matter of privilege to welcome our today's guest of honor, Dr. H. Rahman, who is regional representative of International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, South Asia. He has worked in various capacities in ICR and reached up to Deputy Director General, Animal Sciences, Division of Animal Science, ICAR, New Delhi. He has long association of working with the zoonotic diseases. We are really happy to welcome you, sir, in today's webinar. Welcome you, sir. I also warmly welcome the distinguished personalities from reputed international organizations. Dr. Kinjen Dukpa, OIE, Regional Representative for Asia Pacific. Dr. Keith Sampson, FAO Leader Health Program. Dr. Kinjen Dukpa currently works at OIE. His research interests are zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance, and other emerging infectious diseases. We welcome you, Dr. Dukpa. Dr. Keith Sampson, under his leadership, the progressive control pathway for FMD was developed. This has now become the template for many of the major global initiatives to control and manage programs for transboundary diseases. Welcome you, sir. And we are highly thankful for your kind consent to deliver your expertise on the occasion of World Zoonosis Day to the galaxy of the scientists and students here in India. I also welcome Dr. J. Hiramath, ICR Nivedi representative, and Dr. SVS Malik from IVRI Head Department of BPH. Both are today's eminent speakers. It's my privilege to welcome Professor A.K. Gehlot, founder and former Vice Chancellor RAJUVAS and member of Governor Advisory Board of Rajasthan. Sir is always very much keen to share his expert views for the benefit of masses. His background in veterinary medicine, and especially in zoonotic diseases, will definitely add the glory in our today's program. We heartily welcome you, sir. It's a matter of great honor to have Dr. Azad K. Kaushik with us. Dr. Kaushik, Professor of Immunology, University of Guelph, Canada, on board for today's webinar. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Kaushik is eminent veterinarian with expertise in the area of immunology, biotechnology, and veterinary medicine. His research has opened new opportunities for developing novel type of drugs and vaccines for disease prevention in human and other species. His research contribution recognized internationally for advancing knowledge in antibody genetics in health and diseases. We welcome you, sir. It's indeed matter of great privilege to welcome Dr. DVR Prakash Rao, President of NAVS, National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, a premier body in the country. Dr. Prakash Rao has been a leading scientist and industrialist in the feed supplement industry over the last 4 decades. Though he is an industrialist, but his keen interest in veterinary academics led him to this coveted position. University welcomes you, sir. Now I profusely welcome Dr. Umesh Chand Sharma, President, Veterinary Council of India. He is shouldering the responsibility of fulfilling expectations of veterinarians in the country and making veterinary profession at par with the international standards. You have spared your time, sir. We are highly thankful to you and welcome you, sir. Lastly, our today's guest of honor is Dr. Bernadette Abela Reader. Although she has not joined, but whenever she joined during the in front of the galaxy, I also welcome Dr. Abela. She is from the WHO, World Health Organization, team leader of neglected tropical zoonotic diseases. She works on diseases associated with human and animal interface and also on the food safety and zoonoses. So on behalf of university, I welcome Dr. Abela. Lastly, I welcome Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor Rajuvas, and patron of this webinar. Due to his continuous support, due to his continuous directions and moral encouragement, faculty have confidence to organize such use events. We are grateful to you, sir, and welcome you, sir, in this webinar. My best wishes for grand success of this webinar to Organizing Secretary of this international webinar, Dr. Professor D.S. Meena, Head Department of Medicine and PI of this project on zoonotic diseases, and his team members, Dr. Madan, Dr. Vikas Galav, Sandeep Sharma, Nirmal Jeff, Rashmi Singh, Barkha, Monica Soni, Lata, Dr. Nitya, and our today's technical partner, Dr. Shinde from Alembic. So I welcome you all once again. I welcome you all on this international webinar and wish grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected members. Welcome. It is my immense pleasure to humbly invite respected Professor Colonel Vishnu Sharma, Patron and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, RAJUVAS, Bikaner, for the inaugural address. Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. It's really, I'm feeling great honor to welcome you all in the international seminar, which is related to the zoonotic diseases. It's the seminar which is really a true international character, where the representatives from the WHO, OIE, FAO, ILRI, and the prominent universities abroad are participating. I am really highly indebted to all of you who have participated in this webinar. Dear friends, it's an opportunity to share my views on the theme of the zoonosis. Today, we all are celebrating World Zoonosis Day. This World Zoonosis Day, this has come during the very odd time of the pandemic, when the whole world is grappled with the grim situation of COVID-19. We cannot remove this COVID-19 out of our mind. And I don't know how long this will grapple our mind. But I see an opportunity for the veterinarians coming out of this unfortunate event, particularly for the veterinarians. Dear friends, whenever we will come out of this COVID-19 situation, and whenever we will take a sigh of relax, and still we are taking a little bit and little bit ruminating what happened and how it can be prevented in the future, then the two things are coming to our mind. We have to make our immunity strong. And the second thing, to make our immunity strong, we have to increase the supply of the protein, the supply of the quality protein. Those two conclusions are universal and uniform out of this COVID-19 situation. And for this, for the supply of the good quality protein, assurance of the good quality protein, the whole world is largely dependent on the animal protein. And that animal protein is coming from our livestock farms, dear friend. The livestock, and then now its time has come when we have to regulate the animal farm practices throughout the world. The farm which is situated in the Africa, the farm which is situated in the Latin America, and the farm which is situated in the far east of the America. They have to regularize the farming practices, harmonize the farming practices so that the product which is coming down out of the farm, traveling internationally to the different part of the world, can be safe and secure from point of the zoonotic disease point of view. That is the main point I want to tag today to the international organizations, that how we can harmonize the regulatory affairs of the various farms throughout the world so that the animal product can be safely travel throughout the world. For this, the individual government organizations have to come out with the legislations. Those legislations requires to harmonize at the international level, maybe at OECD level or at OIE level, whatever it will be. And then we have assured that yes, this product is coming through free zoonotic diseases. And for this, we have to enhance the value chain. And in value chain, there is a great role of the veterinarian throughout the world. Through various international and national organizations, we have to pronounce this aspect very highly and very profusely to increase the competence, to make the broader place for the veterinarians in this value chain of the animal products, which is presently in a very, very shrinking phase. So that those are the opportunities I can view out of this COVID-19 pandemic, and I want to tag those issues for the international agencies. For the veterinary education, as in Veterinary Council of India, as a member of that VCI, and Honorable President is sitting here, I want to tag this particular issue again, that whenever we will going to revisit the veterinary education curriculum in India and not in India, in abroad, everywhere, we have to give the special emphasis for the zoonosis free animal products wherever in the world, and their movement, their safe value chain, their transport, that should remain the focus point of view in the future. Dear friends, those are some important points which has come to my mind. Another thing which I want to share with you, that out of the COVID-19, the whole world is feeling the importance of the veterinary profession and the veterinarian. The second is the laboratory competence, the skills and the scientific knowledge which the veterinary virologist or the veterinary immunologist or the veterinary bacteriologist are having, veterinary microbiologists are having, or the public health specialists are having, that is also largely being accepted by the whole world and the scientific communities in a very appreciating way. We all should sit again and we all should see that how we can pronounce and we can take the leverage of that situation, which is the whole world is feeling nowadays. Yes, the veterinarian is an eminent actor in the prevention of the zoonotic diseases. So those are some of the points which I wanted to tag you, that in the future we have to come out with those special aspects to enhance the glory of the veterinary profession, to enhance the veterinarian, their competence. The another point on a lighter note, that during pandemic, one thing is very also again come up in the mind, that one should remain pleasant and happy. And when remaining pleasant and happy, the inclusion of the pet animals has been included in the society and in the families. And the pet animal is providing, the dog and cat, they are providing happiness to the family. And here also, the indirect role of the veterinarian emerge. So those are some of the points which I wanted to share with you all, that we all have to see the emerging role of the veterinarian in the future. And let's break the chain of zoonotic transmission. That is the theme. But I add some 2-3 words to that. Let's break the chain of zoonotic transmission by strengthening and increasing the competence of our veterinarian in the society. That phrase should be completed in those words in the coming time. Dear friends, I am really very, very thankful to my friend Dr. Rehman, Dr. Dubka, Dr. Bernadette, and Dr. Keith, who really consented. As a patron, I have my duty to welcome them and extend my thanks that they have participated in the today's conference. My special thanks to Dr. Azad Kaushik. On very short notice, he has accepted my invitation and provided his consent for the participation. Professor A.K. Gehlot Sahab, who is always keen and part of our own system, as really, I'm thankful to you, grateful to you that you have really shown your eagerness and acceptance to this conference. Dr. Prakash Rao and Dr. Umesh Sharma, my very good friends. I'm happy that your enthusiasm, your eagerness, your curiosity, your wish to learn, always with all those things, you have always provide your kind consent to such scientific society, and definitely those platforms, we will take some 1 or 2 points in time, and those points will definitely synthesize in the policies and programs of the government and will take the veterinary profession forward. I appreciate, rather not thankful, the role of our Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance and Response of Zoonotic Diseases, CDSRZ. This is a center which university has created under the national program. And apart from this, the university has many other centers: the Center on Milk Quality and Safety, the Center of Organic Animal Product Technology, the Center of Space-Based Technology in the Veterinary Sciences, the Center of Feed and Fodder Analysis. Those are the specialized center which university has created apart from the veterinary colleges and the research stations. This is the USP of the RAJUVAS only, that we have created such centers and we are marching ahead with very scientific programs in those centers. I appreciate the initiation, the execution and the implementation done by Dr. D.S. Meena, who is organizing this international webinar along with the Alembic partner, that they have really chosen a very good pertinent theme, chosen a very, very accurate and eminent speakers. And I'm hopeful that with this zeal and this enthusiasm, they will progress in future and provide glory to the university and to the profession. In the end, again, I'm thankful to all the dean directors, dear students, fellow veterinarians, livestock industrialists, NGOs, and all other stakeholders, and urge them to take a plea that the veterinary profession is going to be the most wonderful, most potent, and the most strong profession in the coming times. We have to strengthen ourselves, explore ourselves, unite ourselves, and project ourselves in more and more pronounced form, so that the policy makers and the politicians can realize the worth of the veterinarian. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Sir, for your precious inaugural remarks. To proceed further, I would like to request Dr. Dharam Singh Meena, organizing of this online international webinar and principal instigator of the PGIVER project, Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance, Response of Zoonotic Diseases, CDSRZ, PGIVER, Jaipur, for his brief note about the international webinar and shedding the light on the concept of World Zoonosis Day. Dr. D.S. Meena, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barkha. Hello, everyone, and welcome in this virtual event. Thank you very much for joining us, friends. We all are here today on the World Zoonosis Day. This day is observed on July 6 every year. The significance of World Zoonosis Day is in 1885. On this day, the French biologist Louis Pasteur successfully administered the first vaccine against a zoonotic disease. So this day is celebrated to honor feat of such a great scientist. As we all know that the zoonosis is the spread of infectious diseases from animals to human. In case of vice versa, it is called the reverse zoonosis. The pathogens get transmitted from animals to human, then it is spread from human to human. With it become a pandemic. The theme of today's webinar is COVID-19, where do we go from here to deal zoonosis? I am excited to have you all here on one platform and also excited about the conversations held here. When we talk of this day, we must begin with the novel coronavirus because this is the perfect example of zoonosis. This virus has been a painful reminder of how deadly and disrupt a pandemic can be. And this pandemic continues to take lives and also disrupt economies across the world. Today, about 400 million deaths from the COVID-19 has been reported globally as per the World Health Organization. So friends and dignitaries, it's a warning to us that further outbreaks will emerge unless the governments and the scientific community may take active measures to prevent the other zoonotic diseases from crossing into the human population. It is very pertinent to discuss here that the livestock is always highlighted as one of the most controversial area for zoonosis. But we know that there are some other equally important factors which are also responsible for the zoonosis, like the deforestation, a rise in the intense and unsustainable farming, and the climate crisis, increased use of exploitation of wildlife, and drastically increase the demand for animal proteins. Friends, we can't survive without the livestock, as it is supporting livelihood of hundreds of millions of pupils in all type of agroeconomic systems of the world. And it is the third most important source of income of world. Over 100 million pupils keep livestock for their livelihood. So they are asset not only in economy, resiliency and income, but also in supporting the crop production, energy transport, ensuring the soil health, fertility, biodiversity, and circulating the bioeconomy of the world. So where do we go from here to deal zoonosis? Is a eye-opening for us. I think the behavioral change and the medical management for humans will not stop the future pandemic. It is the high time to think about the animals and their health. There are many facts equal that we do not know about the animals and the diseases they can spread. And this day provides us with the opportunity to know about all that. With this, it is my humble request to the scientific community to come together. This pandemic is eye-opening for us. Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is the process of working. And the working together is the success. So please start working together on One Health concept for the future success. Disease detection and characterization before it has caused an outbreak are essential to prevent and control the zoonotic diseases. So the integrated, multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach are necessary to preempt and prevent the zoonotic diseases outbreak. And for this, my request to the concerned international agencies to think about the strengthening detection and diagnostic capabilities, providing real-time decisions-making support tools available for the timely interventions, and providing access to the data on the impact of zoonotic diseases on human health, making novel technologies available for detection of the zoonotic diseases. In the last, I would like to say about this year's theme of the Zoonotic Day, that is the let's break the chain of zoonotic transmission. And for this, from my side, it is the word that let us make a chain of laboratories for work together. with the transparency so that we will get ready to defeat the next pandemic. Again, we, the Center for Diagnosis for Diagnosis, Surveillance and Response of Zoonotic Diseases, under the Postgraduate Institute of Veterinary Education and Research, a constituent institute of Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Bikaner, is highly thankful to all of you. I'm especially thankful to the Dr. Bernadette Abela, who is always ready to become a part of our programs. Dr. Rahman sir, we are thinking that you are a member of our family, sir. I'm highly thankful to you. Dr. Dukpa, thank you very much for sparing a time. You are really busy, but you have accepted my invitation. I am highly thankful to you. Dr. Azad Kaushik, sir, I am really thankful to you. You have participated in this program, and I am highly thankful to you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Prakash Rao, sir. You are a president of NAVS as well as the leading entrepreneurs in the field of veterinary, like in food and feed. I am highly thankful to my friend, Honorable President VCI, Dr. Umesh Sharma. He is always available for us. Thank you very much, sir. I am again thankful to my mentor, Professor Dr. A.K. Gehlot. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Dr. Nitya. He is also available with me for the various activities. Thank you very much. And I am also thankful to all the teams of the my university dean directors. And in the last, I am really thankful to my Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vishnu Sharma ji, for giving me this opportunity to organize such a great international event. I am thankful to the Dean, PGIVER Jaipur, and all the participants who are joining us from the different corners of the country. I am really thankful to all of you. Thank you very much. There are two announcements. Dear participant, the discussions and the question answers hour is in the last. So please you put your questions in the chat box. If the speakers will be available at that time, then the question answer will be given. Otherwise, on your email, we will send the answer of your questions. And one more thing is also that my colleagues, faculty members, they are working as a rapporteur. They are making minutes of this program. We will send the minutes to the concerned authorities, and after the concluding, we will send the minutes to the concerned agencies like by WHO, FAO, ILRI, etc., and the Government of India. I am here thankful to the Niti Aayog also. I have invited both the members as a guest of honor, Dr. Ramesh Chandra, a professor of the agriculture, but because of not his expertise in the zoonosis, so he has sent his message that for success of this program, as well as tomorrow yesterday I have also received an email from the Dr. Paul side. I have also invited Dr. V.K. Paul as a guest of honor from the Niti Aayog. He has conveyed his message, best wishes for this August gathering. He has said that he is occupied in his other activities. So I am thankful to the Niti Aayog as well as all the dignitaries over here, Dr. Dukpa and other eminent speakers, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for shedding the light on the whole concept of World Zoonosis Day and International Webinar. We feel honored to have with us our eminent guest of honor in the inaugural ceremony of the online international webinar. With great honor, I would like to request our eminent guest of honor, Dr. Kinjang Jukpa, Regional Representative of Asia and Pacific at OIE, that is World Organization for Animal Health, to present his views. Dr. Jukpa.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Meena and your team for inviting the OIE to participate in this important webinar to celebrate the World Zoonosis Day. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting OIE, led by Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma, Professor Sanjita Sharma, and Professor Dharam Singh Meena from the Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences based in India. So, and I would like to bring greetings from Dr. Kujita, who is the regional representative of OIE based in Tokyo. So thank you so much. And I would like to apologize on his behalf as he is quite busy and he cannot make at today's webinar. So I am representing him on his behalf. So just to introduce myself, I am Kinzang, and actually I graduated from India, from Hyderabad, way back in 1995. And since then, I have been working in several capacities, and now currently I'm working at the OI Tokyo office, and I look after the One Health activities, mostly related to AMR, zoonoses, rabies, etc. So I will not go into detail of what OI is doing because it is already covered in my presentation that will be shown to you later on. But I would just like to highlight here that OIE, as the global leader on animal health and animal welfare, we take a global leadership role in the detection, prevention, and control of zoonoses originating from animals, including wildlife. So the details are given in my presentation later on. And we also work very closely with our tripartite partners, that is the FAO and WHO, in our efforts to rapidly detect, prevent, and control any emerging zoonosis at the human, animal, and wildlife interface. So I'm happy to note here that FAO and WHO is also represented here. So it's good to see the tripartite being represented in this webinar. I'm also happy to note that the university is organizing this webinar on a very important occasion to reiterate the importance of working together using the concept of One Health or the multi-sectoral collaboration mechanisms in order to address the next pandemic. So I wish you all the best for the seminar. I will not take much of your time, but at the end, I would like to basically reiterate OIE support on activities related to One Health and zoonosis. And I look forward to the discussions later on. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, respected sir, for your kind words. I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to invite distinguished guest of honor, Dr. H. Rahman, Regional Representative of International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, South Asia, for his address. Respected Dr. H. Rahman, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barkha. Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma ji, Vice Chancellor RAJUVAS, distinguished guest of honors, because we have a long list of guest of honor, long list of speaker. I'm not name all of them. Eminent speaker, invited guests, faculty members, students, and particularly Dr. Sanjita Sharma, the chairperson of this webinar, and also Dr. D.S. Meena, the organizing secretary of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Namaskar. I feel privileged to be associated with very important webinar organized on the occasion of World Zoonoses Day. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma ji, Dr. D.S. Meena, and Dr. Sanjita Sharma for inviting me and to be associated with this. I'm also very thankful to the organizer for the kind introduction and very warm reception. And particularly, I have seen more than almost 200 people joined this webinar online, and maybe many students and other also joined online through Facebook or some other organization. And this is really uh, heartening that many of the students earlier, when we organized this type of organization, hardly 50, 60 people joined, and now because of the one thing happened because of the COVID-19, and we become the savvy, and also we are learning so many things, how to join the webinar, how to join the in this online, etc. World Zoonoses, as mentioned, is celebrated to commemorate the great work of France scientist or chemist Louis Pasteur, who inoculated for the first time a zoonotic disease into zoonotic disease that was rabies to a human being. And from that onward, 6th July was observed as the World Zoonosis Day. And his contribution, as many of us mentioned, because of his contribution, he is known as the father of modern microbiology. And he did a lot of work in veterinary science also, developed vaccines for anthrax, many pasteurization, and so many things. And for my students' friend, particularly, that he also coined the term vaccine in honor of Edward Jenner, who used the cowpox for smallpox vaccine. Cow means vector. From that word, it has come as vaccine. As you know that 65% of the all human diseases and 75% of emerging diseases, as well as 80% of the organism used as terrorism, bioterrorism, are for animal origin, and they are just linked to zoonotic diseases. Because we have a very short time and everything, I will also explain in my presentation. Human health is closely associated with animal health and welfare and its ecosystem. That's give an idea about the underlying principles of One Health. That means we have to work as One Health. With the intensification of agricultural and livestock farming, increased population, global population, international travel, all become the change made the occurrence of disease dynamics is very difficult and become threat to our humankind. Other issues, I must congratulate the organizer. They have invited many speakers, and they have taken many issues like vector-borne diseases, foodborne diseases, and one of the very important things when we want to break the chain of zoonotic disease is the biosecurity. And these are the most important issues will be discussed in following sessions or will be discussed by many eminent speakers. The climate change and AMR, antimicrobial resistance, is we also call the silent pandemic, causing huge death, huge economic losses to the society. And we must give some emphasis on these two reasons also. At the same time, I want to mention here, India has a robust disease surveillance system. I was the director of Nivedi, one of the institutions in India working for the surveillance system. And we tackled many diseases in the country when they are entering from outside as exotic diseases like avian influenza, so many diseases that, and recently, as mentioned, many of us, the COVID, and India is handling very efficiently to come down the cases. And another example I just want to give about another transboundary disease, that is not a zoonotic disease, but African swine fever, entered into the country through Arunachal Pradesh and Assam, and immediately Government of India has taken efficient measures, and that disease has been contained in Assam and not spread the other part of the country. With this, I congratulate the organizer and also thank the organizer for inviting me, and I'll speak little elaborately in my presentation in the next session, and wish the event a grand success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected sir, for your words of wisdom. I consider it a great honor to invite our pregnant guest of honor, Dr. Abela Reader, team leader of the Department for the Control of Neglected Tropical Diseases, WHO, for her enlightening message on this occasion. Respected Dr. Bernadette.
Dr. Barkha?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Bernadette is engaged in another webinar which is organized by the Kerala Veterinary University from 11 a.m. We are little late, so that's why she will join later on. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, to proceed further, I am glad to invite our guest of honor, Dr. A.K. Gehlot, founder and former VC Rajuvas and member of Governor Advisory Board, Rajasthan, for his blessings. Respected Dr. A.K. Gehlot, sir.
Thank you, Barkha, and thank you, Professor Vishnu Sharma ji, Dr. Sanjita, as well as Professor D.S. Meena, for giving me this opportunity of being with the galaxy of all experts throughout the world who have joined us. So I will not, take time to name each and everyone, but my deep respects to everybody, and on behalf of Rajuvas also, I am honest to thank you for joining this very important international webinar. Basically, we are observing today World Zoonotic Day, and we all know World Zoonosis Day. This is the correct word. And we all know that Louis Pasteur, he first developed a vaccine against a zoonotic disease, and that's why in his memory the day is being observed. But, if we look back, it was around 142 years back that he worked for a vaccine. And if you take the science 142 years back, we can think of the intellectual mind of Louis Pasteur and the then scientists, including Edward Jenner and many others, who were working for developing the vaccine. Now, this zoonosis word or zoonotic disease is now very well known to almost everybody, every member of the society in every country. And I must not say thanks to COVID-19, but it's a blessings in disguise. This COVID-19, it has made us to realize so many things. And when I was a teacher of epidemiology, when we used to ask the definitions about the isolation, quarantine, mortality rate, morbidity rate, not all the students were able to write these definitions. But I think today, almost every newspaper, every literate person knows what these words mean. So that is the enlightenment of the society, and I think the one disease, COVID-19, has spread the awareness regarding zoonotic disease in the society throughout the world. It would not have been possible for us for our decades of efforts. So that is one thing. Another very important blessings which has this disease has given to us is the how today it has been made possible to meet people from all across the world are present through this virtual platform. So this is a great learning. As a educationist, we were very much worried about how the online education will be there and how the teachers will be adopting it during COVID-19 and how the students will be adopting it. So, but I think with the rate the adoption has been there, it's really astonishing. So, where there is a way, will there is a way. So that has been proved, and the it is a very happy occasion on account of many important decisions of Government of India which are concurrent to COVID-19. The first and foremost is separate Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries. It's a really historic decision, and the sector, the whole sector, is now able to project itself in its economic importance, in its employment importance, and its GDP contribution also. Another thing, recently, Government of India has also entered into the One Health program and has decided to open the first One Health center at Nagpur. That's also a very good step, and I think, and then the epidemiological studies, importance of epidemiological studies, epidemiological research, and use of disruptive technologies in epidemiological analysis. Only today the newspapers, they have got 2 reports about the prediction of third wave of COVID, and they have must have used artificial intelligence as well as robotic intelligence and mathematical equations to predict. So such type of predictions now they are very much in the society or in the administration. So this is how, and then concurrently the largest ever program of National Animal Disease Control Program, NADCP, for foot and mouth, brucellosis, as well as PPR. And I think after COVID-19 is over, and very soon the Government of India may look for many other diseases also. So these are some of the developments which are very positive, and I will like to put word of appreciations to RAJUVAS that they have realized way back in 2015-16 to open a center on zoonotic disease, and this is one of the rarest centers in the country. Very few universities, exactly I do not know if there is any university which is having an exclusive center on zoonotic disease research like RAJUVAS is having. So I think, as Dr. D.S. Meena said, that breaking the chain and let us make the chain of laboratories. So I think this center will be a part of the chain of laboratories, and there is a need to strengthen the diagnostic capacity of such laboratories, as well as now when we are working for the Delta variant of COVID-19 and the Delta plus variant, and then we find that the countrywide facilities are far short than the required. Although I am very confident that the Government of India as well as the state governments, they are very seriously thinking to upgrade and multiply these facilities. So all these things, they have made us to realize that zoonotic diseases are there, and as Professor Rahman has already said in his opening remarks, that more than 75% of emerging infectious diseases, they are zoonotic disease, and they will be zoonotic disease. So this is one group of disease which will be receiving importance in time to come very much. And then we are connecting these emergence of these diseases with climate change, with ecology. And then in COVID-19, we have seen that the disease, I think COVID-19 is one disease in which we have realized that it is going to affect the society in many other dimensions also. Say, for example, economy. Say, for example, employment. Say, for example, complete disruption of, the social life. Most of the people, they are working from home. And, I am also working from home. So a new kind of social order has to be there to control these diseases. So I think I would like to compliment Professor D.S. Meena particularly, as well as the whole team of RAJUVAS for organizing this day and making the students also realize. And we are really happy that international figures and national figures who are experts in zoonotic diseases, One Health, they are with us today. So with these remarks, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing great knowledge with us. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor, Dr. Azad K. Kaushik, Professor of Immunology at University of Guelph, Canada, for extending his remarks. Respected Dr. Kaushik, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll just share the screen here, if possible. Well, first of all, I am very thankful to Professor Vishnu Sharma, Vice Chancellor of the university, for having sent me a note to invite me to speak at this seminar. I'm very thankful to all the dignitaries from India, Dr. Umesh Sharma, Dr. Prakash Rao, the Dean Sharma and her faculty, Dr. Meena, and the International Scientific Fraternity. When Professor Sharma sent me this note, I readily agreed, and I agreed for two reasons. First of all, namaste from all Canadians of Rajasthani origin. This is an opportunity for me to bring you the greetings from people of Rajasthan origin in Canada. And second, that this has been a time to reflect. I'm myself stuck here in India because I can't get a flight back to Canada. So here I am stuck trying to think, to look for work, basically. So Professor Sharma gave me some work. Now I have this slide, time is too short, we are already past 11. So I would just go very quickly over these slides. And I just want to tell you, this is interesting. This is 17th century plague, and this is 20th century COVID-19. We have come a long way, but both are scary. Now, if you really look at the origin of zoonotic diseases, I do believe that history is the mirror of tomorrow. And if you really look at this, all these zoonotic diseases started about 12,000 years ago, when people started stopped hunting, they settled, they started cultivating crops. It was kind of Neolithic revolution that happened. They domesticated animals and so on. And this was the time that these animal pathogens jumped to humans. We probably have forgotten that. I mean, it is surprising that measles, smallpox, tuberculosis, Helicobacter pylori, all these originated from animal pathogens. And when you look through the history, well, you see that these epidemics or pandemics were after a long gap. But now, as this population has exploded, 81, 2002, 2009, 2014, these pandemics are rising. So what ultimately it comes down to is, well, just as the population, we are around 7 billion or more, while you see the pandemics are getting more common. So population is a big factor what's happening around. And on top of that, I mean, I'm reminded of Alfred Crosby's Columbian Exchange. how he brought disease like syphilis from back to Europe, and how he took, how Europeans took the disease like smallpox, measles, and others to the New World. So basically, age of exploration was the age of great global microbial migration that caused huge devastation. So who is the cause of these pandemics? I mean, it is basically the humans. It is directly the kind of situation, the human, animal, wildlife interaction that is letting the spillover of microbes from wildlife or animals to humans. Well, then on top of that, we live in a world with the deforestation, climate change, agriculture intensification, urbanization. The entire our ecosystem of health has been disrupted. And we keep on seeing all these kind of diseases, Nipah, Hanta. I mean, you see these poultry adapted influenza A viruses, SARS that came in 2002-3, and now we have this COVID-19. Well, when people travel, the germs travel. And with the transportation systems, I mean, all these kind of things have increased to tremendous levels now. I mean, there's a huge history how from Mongolia and China, Black Death across Asia, then to Europe, and so on. Same kind of thing of cholera from India to the rest of the world. And the USA was struck by yellow fever. So there's a long history here, and this history tells us lots of situations. Human behaviors, I mean, how people store water, for example, imperfect sanitation, and this is very valid in India. I mean, that's why these diseases like dengue, chikungunya, and those kind of things are spreading because despite this sanitation effort, little progress has been made in that regard. And still, despite COVID-19, sanitation remains a major issue. So basically, well, these pathogens, pollution has been caused by humans and animals together. And if you look at this, huge economic losses. SARS had a loss of $30 to $50 billion. COVID-19, it will take a long time to know, but we know one thing for sure, that it has increased poverty. So I can go over, and I'm going to skip some of these slides. And why all this is happening is because of the global population size expansion. Huge geographical movement, people are traveling like anything. There's complex human behavior, which is related to travel, international travel. And that's because of those kind of situations, these kind of pandemics are arising. So these challenges are not just scientific, actually they're social, cultural, economic, and political. Uncontrolled growth of human population, stressed natural ecosystem and resources, intense and competitive global economy, artificial human lifestyle. Now we have moved from animal husbandry to animal industry. How relevant that is, we must be thinking about it. Food safety is a major concern now. Food is going from one part of the world to the other. Nobody knows where it is produced and where it is consumed. There's the commercialization of science and medicine. The entire ecosystem of health is affected. So with COVID-19, it's a deja vu kind of situation. This is nothing new. You would expect something like this to happen. And this should not be surprising to the scientific fraternity. So when you look at COVID, I mean, you have these different classifications. You have these human viruses, but then you have these avian viruses, these bulbul viruses. These viruses are sitting to jump to humans. On top of that, you have these intermediary hosts, these species where you veterinarians have a very important role to play. And without these intermediary species, these diseases would not be getting into what we have, something like COVID-19. So when you think about this, there are lots of strategies. Science has advanced. We have made huge progress. We are not short of science. We may be short of good science, but we are not short of science. I mean, we know very well how you could actually inhibit or the viral transmission through vaccination, or could use drugs, or could use antivirals, and so on. So now I just want to share with some of the thoughts that have been going around. about the origin of COVID-19. It's pretty controversial. Now, the trouble is it of natural origin or of laboratory generated virus? I have seen the DNA sequence myself. I do see some of the HIV related inserts in the DNA sequence in some of the COVID-19. I mean, you just can't imagine how an HIV insert could get into a COVID-19 coronavirus somehow. That's next to impossible somehow. So that raises lots of questions about it. Now, having said that, it'll be very difficult to prove because what we are trying to do in laboratory is we are trying to mimic the nature. You can play with these genes, you can cause mutations, you can generate new viruses, the popular culture term, the gain of function mutations. It's a very common thing in the laboratory. So it's very easy to do, but very difficult to prove. Nevertheless, whether it's of natural origin or it is of laboratory origin, this is a challenge for all of us to deal with that. Now, some controversies about vaccines. And this is a question that I hear all the time. People would be asking, there's a big group of anti-vaxxers all around the world. They don't want to get vaccinated, which is a major problem, even in the developed part of the world. And this is now happening in the developing part of the world as well at this time. Now, you see the conventional vaccine technology, people talked about Louis Pasteur and so on. So, well, sure, that technology works, and India has done a great job in getting a vaccine using conventional inactivated virus technology. I do want to give a word of caution because of the fear factor of this pandemic. We have imposed on people these mRNA vaccines. mRNA is the most unnatural, is the most unstable molecule in the world. DNA is the most stable and mRNA is the most unstable molecule. And now we have stabilized it by using pseudouridine, which is associated with some pathologies. We don't inject nucleic acids, autoimmune diseases and those kind of things happen. So there are lots of questions that we should be asking before there's a widespread use of this new technology of mRNA vaccines. The entire human population is being turned into guinea pigs. And this is a scary scenario. We need more good science on this before this is widely used. Well, there are good opportunities also that new kind of vaccines are coming from Novavax, for example, using state-of-the-art technology. When it comes to antibody cocktails, and that's where, again, you have lots of opportunities. You're in Rajasthan, the camels, they have a very special kind of antibody that is only the VH, what we call nanobodies. It is just VH alone. And you could use those kind of proteins to make therapeutic proteins. They're called nanobodies by my friend Serge Muldermans. Now, we have discovered in our laboratory, in fact, the largest sized antibody known to exist in any species is cows, surprisingly. It's a very, very special kind of antibody that you don't see in any species. So you could use cows as well to generate new kind of antibodies using antibody engineering technology, which is widely available. So now the time is this, that we just can't work in silos. Medicine is separate and genetics is separate. There has to be entire approach of integrated scientific way to do things. There has to be big sort of focus on big data management somehow to deal with the situation. And we are in good times scientifically. We have the power of genomics, transcriptomics, and proteomics. So we can do good science. Science is not short of its objectives. And finally, I'll just stop here with this comment. While preventing future pandemics, in fact, is not just a scientific job. Worldwide public health and civil organizational systems with long-term sustained strategy is critical to pandemic control and restore the ecosystem health. And I emphasize ecosystem health is what we need to focus on to prevent and manage future pandemics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected sir, for extending your remarks on various pandemics on this occasion. Now, I would like to invite...
Just a minute. Thank you very much, sir. It's really a very, very nice combination of the historical background of COVID-19 as well as the scientific advancement in the world. We are really highly thankful for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Sharma. Pleasure.
Barka, go ahead.
Now, I would like to invite our exemplary guest of honor, Dr. D.V.R. Prakash Rao, President of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, NAVS, for his address. Respected Dr. Prakash Rao, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barka. Professor Colonel Vishnu Sharma, Vice Chancellor of RAJUVAS, my good friend. Dr. Sanjita, Dean, and Dr. Meena, Organizing Secretary. Dr. Ajat Kaushik from Canada. Dr. Umesh Sharma, President, PCI. Dr. Gelarji. Dr. Dupka from OIE. Dr. Keith from FAO. And delegates attending from all over the country and abroad. I deem it as a great privilege and honor to be associated with you this morning, and good morning to everybody. At the outset, as a president of the National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, I express my deep sense of sorrow and condolences to all my professional colleagues who have lost their lives, who sacrificed for the profession during the COVID period. May their soul rest in peace. I would appeal to all members of the profession to observe COVID norms of healthcare and stay safe and healthy. I earnestly hope that we get out of the pandemic as early as possible. The pandemic of COVID-19 has caused a significant burden on the healthcare system, economic crisis, and public apprehensions. It's also a lesson to be learned and a call to minimize the risk of future viral pandemics and their associated challenges. The One Health approach to zoonosis is a holistic approach to environmental sustainability, livestock and human health, which is the best way to improve the public health. The One Health approach recognizes the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and environment. Collaborative and multidisciplinary efforts cutting across the human, animal, environment health is necessary to understand the ecology of emerging zoonotic diseases. New zoonotic diseases are emerging, re-emerging at an exponentially increasing rate. Most pandemics are caused by zoonosis, but not all zoonotic diseases become pandemic. The agriculture, intensive livestock farming, international trade of exotic animals, and increased urbanization have disrupted the human, animal, and environmental interface. The pathogens have always spilled over from animals to human, but exponential human population growth and exploitation of environment makes spillovers more likely and consequential. That's how we suffer. We are witnessing many kinds of zoonotic diseases on a daily basis. They include rabies, leptospirosis, bird flu, Nipah, salmonella, and now comes COVID-19. One of the key aspects of One Health approach is that animals can serve as an early warning for human illness. Thus, tracking of animal health can help in checking the potential outbreaks of human beings. Studies indicate that COVID-19 had originated from Wuhan animal market in China. The pandemic of coronavirus disease caused by SARS-2 has been classified as zoonotic disease, although no animal reservoir has yet been established. The coronavirus pandemic can cause reverse zoonosis, that is human to animal transmission. It is vital to utilize up-to-date methods to improve the control, management, and prevention of reverse zoonosis. The changes in the ecosystem can lead to increased pathogen transmission between hosts or greater contact with new host species. This occurs against a background of pathogen evolution and selection, leading to emergence of pathogen strains that are adapted to new conditions. The intensity of the interface between wildlife, humans, and domestic animals has never been static. All biological systems have an inherited capacity of both resilience and adaptation. To conclude, the available research so far indicates the significance of zoonotic diseases threat associated with wildlife, livestock interface. The COVID-19 has brought a transformational change in human life. This pandemic is sober warning against exploiting the natural world without any pause. We are running. COVID-19 will not be the last and perhaps not the worst zoonotic pandemic. I thank the organizers, particularly Professor and Dr. Vishnu Sharma, Dr. Meena, for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing valuable thoughts to us. With great honor, I would like to invite our well-known guest of honor, Dr. Umesh Chand Sharma, President, Veterinary Council of India, VCI, and Indian Veterinary Association, IVA, for his kind words. Respected Dr. UC Sharma, sir.
नमस्कार, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी, आइए, बोलिए सर।
हाँ शर्मा जी, आ रही है।
आज के इस वर्ल्ड जूनोसिस डे के अवसर पर राजूवास की ओर से जो वेबिनार आयोजित किया जा रहा है, उसमें मुझे आप सभी देश के, विश्व के सभी पशु चिकित्साविदों को सुनने का अवसर मिला। ये मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। और मैं इस अवसर पर इस विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति आदरणीय विष्णु शर्मा जी, डीन संगीता शर्मा जी, हमारे इस इवेंट के ऑर्गेनाइजर डॉक्टर धर्म सिंह जी मीना, और इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हमारे NABS के प्रेसिडेंट राव साहब, डॉक्टर गहलोत सर जिन्होंने इस यूनिवर्सिटी की नींव रखी, OIA के एशिया के, साउथ एशिया के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव रहमान जी, एवं अन्य हमारे, अभी मैं कौशिक साहब को सुन रहा था, आजाद कौशिक जी, तो कनाडा से अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे थे। उन सभी का वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया की ओर से, जो भी छात्र, अन्य प्राध्यापक, जो भी लोग NGO और खासकर एलम्बिक के जिन्होंने इसमें को पार्टनर हैं इस वेबिनार में, उन सभी का वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया की ओर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। और आप सबको इस अवसर पर इतना बढ़िया वेबिनार करने के लिए आप सब धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। सभी लोगों ने तकनीकी रूप से अपनी अपनी बातें कही। मैं यहाँ प्रमुख रूप से एक व्यवहारिक बात आप लोगों से करना चाहता हूँ कि मैं देख रहा हूँ कि वर्तमान परिस्थिति में, जैसा विष्णु शर्मा सर ने एक विषय उठाया कि वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया को कोर्स कैरिकुलम में समयानुकूल परिवर्तन करने चाहिए। एकदम फैक्ट है कि वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में जब भी कोई कोर्स हो, समाज हो, उसमें समयानुकूल परिवर्तन होना चाहिए। समय के अनुसार जो आवश्यकताएं हैं उनके अनुरूप उसके अंदर इंक्लूजन होना चाहिए। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया केवल UG कोर्स को वो करती है, रेगुलेट करती है। UG कोर्स में अपनी एक सीमाएं होती हैं। 5.5 साल में हमको विद्यार्थियों को एनिमल हस्बेंड्री भी पढ़ाना होता है, उसमें क्लिनिक्स भी रहता है, उसमें और सब बातें रहती है, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा हम सबको पढ़ाते हैं। तो चूंकि वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में WHO ने भी कहा वन हेल्थ एक बहुत बड़ा कंसेप्ट है। उस संबंध में मेरा एक ही वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया से और देश के जितने पशु चिकित्साविदों के अनुरोध है कि जो PG PhD रेगुलेशन है, हमें उस पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया को नए सिरे से PG PhD रेगुलेशन और जो डिप्लोमा के नए नए कोर्सेज हैं उनको प्रारंभ करने के ऊपर विचार करना चाहिए। आने वाले समय में, चूंकि विष्णु शर्मा जी हमारे VCI के मेंबर हैं, सदस्य हैं और एक प्रमुख सदस्य हैं, उनको भी हम सब एक बार इसको नए सिरे से डिजाइन करेंगे। और कोर्स कैरिकुलम को भी, चूंकि हमारा वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया 5 साल के बाद उसको रिवाइज करने का प्रावधान है, उसको भी हम UG कोर्स को भी रिवाइज करेंगे। जो कमियां 2016 में रह गई थी उनको इसमें पूरा करने का प्रयास करेंगे। और एक हमारा प्रयास रहता है कि देश में जब भी कोर्स कैरिकुलम हम चेंज करें तो देश के जितने भी पशु चिकित्साविद हैं जो ऑलरेडी एजुकेशन में हैं, रिसर्च में हैं, इस देश के अन्य NGO हैं, जो एनिमल एक्टिविस्ट हैं, सभी से कहीं ना कहीं सलाह लेके उसमें हम एक तरह से एक ऐसा कोर्स कैरिकुलम बनाएं जो समाज के लिए हितकारी हो। प्रोडक्शन के लेवल से, जो जैसा उन्होंने कहा विष्णु शर्मा जी ने, कि हम जो एनिमल ओरिजिन से जो फूड प्राप्त करते हैं उसकी फूड की क्वालिटी हमारी ठीक होनी चाहिए और उस पर भी ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। उसको दृष्टिगत रखते हुए क्लिनिक्स में कैसे क्वालिटी आए, एनिमल वेलफेयर को हम कैसा पूरा करें, हमको ये सब बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए उसको हम फ्रेम करने का कोशिश करेंगे। मुझे लगता है वर्ष 2021 से हम इसको आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास करें। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, एक जो बात है, जो मेन इशू है कि सबसे बड़ा है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। जैसे मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ कि वन हेल्थ में एक बहुत मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट कंसेप्ट है एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस। अब एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस को अगर हमको इसके ऊपर एक पॉलिसी फ्रेम होनी चाहिए। वेटरनरी में मैंने देखा है मेडिकल भी अपना उसमें काम कर रहे हैं हमारा वेटरनरी वाले, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि अभी केवल भारत के अंदर मात्र एक राज्य है केरला जिसने एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस के लिए स्टेट पॉलिसी तय की। मुझे लगता है इस देश के सभी राज्यों को वेटरनरी सेक्टर में एंटी माइक्रोबियल पॉलिसी स्टेट पॉलिसी बनाना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब तक फील्ड में वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होगा तो हम कितना भी वेबिनार कर लें, कितना भी टेक्निकल कर लें, नीचे उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फील्ड में नहीं होगा तो हमारा जो उद्देश्य है, ऑब्जेक्टिव है, मुझे लगता है हम उसको पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, हमारे फील्ड वेटरनियन का ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम, कंटिन्यूएशन वेटरनरी एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम, जैसे जुडिशियल यूज ऑफ एंटीबायोटिक, ये मुझे लगता है मैंने अभी प्रयास भी किया है कि मैं इसमें नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन में कुछ उनको लेटर लिखूं कि हम लोग जो है स्टेट वेटरनरी काउंसिल साथ में वेटरनरी कॉलेज जो भी है, डीन है, यूनिवर्सिटीज है, उनके साथ मिलके हमें एक एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस पर एक कंटिन्यूएशन वेटरनरी एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम को आगे ले जाना चाहिए। लगातार ट्रेनिंग की बहुत आवश्यकता है। दूसरा एक जो सबसे बड़ा इशू है कि वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में हमारा जो ICVR है, जो हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से, जैसा WHO ने कहा है कि 75% डिसीज जो है ह्यूमन में जो है न्यू इमर्जिंग डिसीज वो जूनोटिक है। अब ऐसी परिस्थितियों में पॉलिसी प्रोग्राम रिसर्च की बहुत आवश्यकता है। वो भी अब इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ वेटरनरी रिसर्च, जो मेरा ऐसा मानना है देश के समस्त पशु चिकित्साविद, इवन विश्व के सभी लोग एहसास करते हैं कि देश में इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ वेटरनरी रिसर्च का फॉर्मेशन होना चाहिए, जिससे कि हम वेटरनरी के बारे में जितनी भी रिसर्च है, आज जो भी परिस्थितियां हैं उन पर एक रिसर्च हो सके। अभी वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में ICR में जो रिसर्च है वो प्रोडक्शन शायद ज्यादा, उसका ज्यादा एम्फेसिस नहीं है, ज्यादा प्रभावी ढंग से नहीं है। इस पर भी एक बार विचार होना चाहिए, ये बहुत आवश्यक है। जहां तक मेरा प्रश्न है पैरा वेटरनरियंस, जिसे सबसे बड़ा पैरा वेटरनरियंस का भी हमें जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है उनके लिए रेगुलेटरी, जो IA ने कहा है कि इनके लिए भी रेगुलेशन होना चाहिए। कल भी मैं NABS की बैठक में था। कहीं ना कहीं हमारा पैरा प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, वेटरनरियन है, इनका समय समय पर इनका कंटिन्यूएशन वेटरनरी एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम स्टेट के माध्यम से, यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से होना चाहिए। दूसरा मुझे लगता है कि जो वेबिनार हो रहे हैं उसमें रिकमेंडेशंस, उसकी रिकमेंडेशंस जो भी पॉइंट्स हमारे आज पशु चिकित्साविद जो भी आज चर्चा होगी, वेटरनरी काउंसिल को क्या करना चाहिए, भारत सरकार के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, स्टेट को क्या करना चाहिए, ये रिकमेंडेशन स्ट्रांगली जाना चाहिए, जिससे कि वो उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो। जब हम अगली बार बैठे कोई वेबिनार करें तो हमें पता होना चाहिए कि हम इस मामले में एक काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है मैन पावर, जिस पर भी फोकस करना चाहिए। कभी भी कोई भी प्रोग्राम हम जब चालू करते हैं उसके लिए एक हमारे पास क्वालिफाइड मैन पावर बहुत आवश्यक है। आज स्टेट्स में इस स्थिति है कि मैन पावर बहुत कम है। 5000 कैटल यूनिट पर एक वेटरनियंस होना चाहिए। तो पैरा इस सब की व्यवस्था को देखते हुए मुझे लगता है हमारे देश के एजुकेशनिस्ट को, पशु चिकित्साविद को इस प्रकार की बात भी कहना चाहिए कि हमारा जो मैन पावर है उसको भी स्टेट ठीक से करें, क्योंकि जब तक हम मैन पावर ठीक नहीं होगा, पॉलिसी ठीक नहीं होगी, प्रोग्राम, वैक्सीनेशन कार्यक्रम, जैसे जूनोसिस डिसीज को अगर हमें रोकना है तो स्वाभाविक बात है वैक्सीन प्रिवेंशन बेटर देन क्योर। जूनोसिस जितना भी वैक्सीनेशन कार्यक्रम है वो प्रॉपरली चलना चाहिए। जैसे FMD का भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने NADC भी प्रारंभ किया है। तो बहुत सारी ऐसी बातें व्यवहारिक हैं। वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया ने भी OIA का जो बैठक हुआ था उसकी कुछ रिकमेंडेशन भेजी है, हम उन पर काम कर रहे हैं। सबसे अच्छी बात देश के अंदर मैं इस बात को मानता हूँ कि अभी जो वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में वेटरनरी में जितने भी हमारी डिसिप्लिन है, चाहे NABS हो, हमारे वर्ल्ड के OIA हो, वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया हो, हमारी वेटरनरी यूनिवर्सिटी हो, सब हम एक साथ मिलकर, मैं तो कहता हूँ स्टेट वेटरनरी जो हमारे स्टेट के डायरेक्टर हैं, वेटरनियन प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरीज हैं, उनको भी इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए। केंद्र सरकार के जो सेक्रेटरी हैं, केंद्र सरकार के हमारे जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं भारत सरकार में, हम सबको एक साथ, सबसे पहले कहते हैं ना जो इंटरसेक्टोरल जो हमारा है, जैसे मेडिकल के साथ या अन्य प्रोफेशन एग्रीकल्चर के साथ, हमको मिलके एक साथ वन हेल्थ का कंसेप्ट को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इनर वेटरनियंस में जो हमारे अंदर हैं, सभी चाहे केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार, वेटरनरी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया और हमारे NGOs हैं, जो सोसाइटी है, एसोसिएशन है, सबको एक दिशा में मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। ये बहुत व्यवहारिक चीजें हैं। इसलिए मुझे लगता है मैं आज इस वेबिनार से एक ही अनुरोध करूंगा विष्णु शर्मा जी से कि इसकी जो रिकमेंडेशंस हैं, जहां जहां जाना चाहिए बाकायदा एक रिकमेंडेशन भेजिए, जिससे हम नीचे लेवल पर फील्ड में, कहते हैं लैब टू लैंड, जब तक लैब को लैंड नीचे तक हम नहीं भेजेंगे, जब तक अपने उद्देश्य को पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे, जो हम चर्चा करते हैं उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ठीक से हो नीचे तक, उस बातों पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। आज के इस अवसर पर आप सभी लोगों ने मुझे बुलाया और जितने भी विश्व के बहुत बड़े पशु चिकित्साविद, साइंटिस्ट, OIA, WHO के लोग आज इसमें हैं, मैं भी इसमें कोशिश करूंगा कि पूरा इसको सुनूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कुछ बातें ऐसी हैं जो मैं काउंसिल की ओर से, वेटरनरी काउंसिल की ओर से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, उसका प्रयास करूंगा। ये मेरा उद्देश्य है और आप सभी लोगों ने, मेरा सौभाग्य है, मुझे आप लोगों को सुनने का अवसर मिला। इन बातों को लेके सब लोग मैं सुनूंगा भी। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आयोजकों का पुनः धन्यवाद। धर्म सिंह मीना जी मेरे मित्र हैं, उन्होंने मुझे कहा नहीं कि मुझे सीखने का अवसर मिलेगा और मैं कुछ अपने देश और समाज के लिए, इस राष्ट्र के लिए, वेटरनरी प्रोफेशन के लिए कर सकूं, ये हम सब लोगों की अपेक्षा रहती है। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उमेश जी। एक तो डॉक्टर धर्म सिंह जी, मैं ये चाहूँगा कि इसकी जो रिकमेंडेशंस हैं वो अगले 2 से 3 दिनों के अंदर रेडी होके और एसेंशियली सर्कुलेट हो जाएं एंड मेक इट ए टास्क पॉइंट। और उमेश शर्मा जी, आपकी भाव और भावना से बिल्कुल वेटरनरियंस पूरी तरह से सहमत है और PG करिकुलम के लिए मैं 100% ये चाहता हूँ कि ये 2 एजेंडा अगर अपन उठा लें कि पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट करिकुलम एंड इनिशिएशन ऑफ द rejuvenation of the ICR agenda again. Those 2 things are really very much important to take from your side. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, respected sir, for encouraging words and blessings. Now, I would like to request Mr. P. Karnanithi, Senior Vice President, Alembic Pharmaceuticals Ltd, for his address. Mr. P. Karnanithi.
Thank you, Dr. Barkha Gupta, and the dignitaries, RAJUVAS, and also the dignitaries from national organizations. And it is a great pleasure to be part of this program, and also such an important day like Zoonosis Day and its implication in animal health as well as in the human health. What kind of impact it is creating. It's a very important thing. As you know, every crisis is throwing opportunity. People with positive mind, they take this as an opportunity and they move forward. And RAJUVAS is one of the institute which has taken this pandemic crisis as an opportunity and started conducting so many webinars, international webinars and also national webinars last 1.5 years, and reaching out to the global audiences. And we at Alembic also played a very important role in different universities across the country, whether it is Tanuvas, also in Maharashtra Animal Health University, also with RAJUVAS, we have participated and conducted many such programs. So exactly 1 year back, the Zoonosis Day, this worldwide program was conducted, and I am very happy to be part of the program second time. And also our president, VCI, was mentioning about, we need to do the continuous education program for the student regarding this antimicrobial resistant. So we need to educate them consistently. So I offer Alembic's technical support and online platform for conducting any such program in future through any of the university in the country, sir. And I wish this program to be very successful and reaching out so many people in the country as well as at global level. Thank you very much. I wish you all the success.
Thank you, dear
sir. I would like to invite Dr. Hemant Dadij, Director Research RAJUVAS, for extending vote of thanks to all the guests. Dr. Hemant Dadij, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barkha, for giving me the opportunity to interact with the international community and giving to the vote of thanks on the behalf of our university. Today is World Zoonosis Day, a great day which commemorates the work of French biologist Louis Pasteur, who successfully administered the first ever vaccine against rabies on 6th July of 1885. The day presents an opportunity to educate the masses and raise awareness of diseases that can spread between animals and the human beings. Really, it is a matter of great pleasure that on this auspicious day, the Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance and Response of Zoonotic Diseases, situated at Postgraduate Institute of Veterinary Education and Research under Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Bikaner, organized this World Zoonoses Day along with the international scientific fraternity and all the faculty members and students. I have given opportunity to give vote of thanks to all the veterinary fraternity who have been with us in this important webinar on the World Zoonosis Day. First of all, I extend my thanks and gratitude to Professor Colonel Vishnu Sharma. He is the patron and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Bikaner. Without his keen interest and his better able guidance, this day we have celebrating with a very vast manner to introduce with the international scientific community and a very good presentations over on this day. Because of this COVID-19, it is very essential to be one of the international fraternity should be come across all these zoonotic diseases which are very much fatal to the human as well as animal population. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my thanks to Dr. Bernard Abela. She is team leader of Neglected Tropical Zoonotic Diseases World Health Organization. Although because of her other assignments, she will join in the technical session later. I am very much thankful, madam, as you have one of the important person who are dealing with the zoonotic diseases. I am very much thankful on the behalf of our university, Dr. H. Rahman is regional representative of South Asia International Livestock Research Institute. Sir, you are having a very long experience on the animal disease diagnosis in our country as well as at the international level. I know you are a very senior scientist in the field of veterinary diagnostics, and today you are heading the ILRI. It is really a great pleasure that you have joined us here in this webinar and give blessings to us. Thank you very much, sir. I am thankful to Dr. Kinjang Dukpa. He is regional representative for Asia Pacific OIE, giving us a great time and guidance to organize this very important webinar on the zoonoses, mainly on the COVID-19. Thank you very much. I also thankful to Dr. Keith Sumston, leader Animal Health Program, FAO. They have given us time to be with us in this important webinar. I am very much thankful on the behalf of our university, not only our university, because Colonel Professor A.K. Gehlot is founder and former Vice Chancellor of our university. Sir, we are very much grateful that you are with us at this time because you are having a very long experience on the zoonotic diseases. You have guided us many times, or even say you are our teacher in this form. As you are present here, it is a very, we are very much thankful to you. I am also thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Azad K. Kaushik, Professor of Immunology, University of Gulf, Canada. He has given a guidance in the form of his presentation about what we do during the COVID-19 to protect the animal as well as human health. Sir, we are very much thankful on the behalf of our university. Dr. DVR Prakash Rao is President of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, India, and Chairman of Prakash Foods and Feed Mills Private Limited, Chennai. Sir, although you are a veterinarian, you are a businessman also, you are an animal nutritionist, and you are having a very great experience to improve the animal health. And this is one of the important part to prevent the zoonotic diseases transmitted from animals to man because of a good quality food we are providing to our animals. And you are with us today. It is a very great pleasure for us, and we are very much thankful on the behalf of our university. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Umesh Chandji Sharma, is President of Veterinary Council of India, holding a great responsibility on his shoulder for the betterment of veterinarian and veterinary education in our country, having a very great experience in the animal disease diagnosis. And as administrator, we are very much grateful that you are with us in this auspicious occasion of World Zoonosis Day, sir. I also thankful to Dr. P. Krishnamurthy Karunanidhi from Alembic, who have the technical partner of this webinar with this university. We are very much thankful that you have given a platform to discuss with the international fraternity along with us. I am thankful to the chairperson of the organizing committee and Dean, Postgraduate Institute of Veterinary Education and Research, Jaipur, Professor Sanjita Sharma. She has did a great effort to organize this World Zoonosis Day at this time, and we are here because of all positive efforts done by the Dean PGIVER. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjita. I also thankful to Professor Dharam Singh Meena, organizing secretary of this international webinar, that he has gathered all this international fraternity at this platform for this inaugural session as well as the technical session of this webinar to interact with the international veterinary fraternity on this Zoonosis Day. Thank you very much, Dr. Dharam Singh. I am also thankful to all the international and national scientific community who are with us either in live or in Facebook, which is also this program live over the Facebook. The deans and directors of Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, the faculty members of the university, and our dear students, they all are joining us with us in the form of Facebook viewers. And I am also thankful to the press and media that they have been propagate this whole activity, whatever we are interacting here, to the general people so that they will get awareness about the zoonotic diseases on this World Zoonosis Day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, one and all who are joining us here. Thank you, sir.
Sir, little bit more from the Nivedi side, Dr. Jagdish Armat is also with us from the starting. So we are highly thankful to the Dr. J. Hermat from the Nivedi side. Thank you, sir. And one more thing is also there is a message from me that in my presentation or in my view, I have quoted the data of the WHO for the death due to the COVID-19. That is 3.9 million, not the 400. So it is corrected, taken to be correction that the data is 4 million about, means 3.9 million death due to the COVID-19. So I am sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dadich. We further proceed to the technical session of the online international webinar and hope all the presentations in the technical session will make this online international webinar meaningful for all the participants and will make this webinar a grand success. Before starting the technical session, I request Dr. Shinde to play one zoonosis awareness video on this auspicious occasion. This video is prepared by ILRI and UNEC UNO. Thanks one and all for attending the inaugural ceremony of this international webinar. Now I hand over to Dr. Nitya for the proceeding of technical session.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Nitya Ghotke. I'm a veterinarian by training, and I'm the director of Antra, an NGO based in Pune in India. It's my privilege to be moderating your technical session today. It's really an honor to be here with this distinguished assembly of people. And we're a little behind time, so I won't waste too much time on introductions, but I must thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate the session. The only housekeeping rule I would keep here is that I would request the speakers to stick to their time because we're running short of time. We're already late. The other request is maybe question and answers can be posted in the question and answer box that is visible here. And we'll try and take the question and answers later at the end of the session, unless it's very pressing and we have time left over. So the first speaker for this session is Dr. Rahman, who's already spoken before. Dr. Rahman is a regional representative of ILRI in South Asia, and his presentation is on One Health approach for controlling zoonoses. Thank you, Dr. Rahman, and over to you.
Thank you, Nitya. Let me try to share the presentation. It's visible, Nitya?
Yeah, it's visible. Your presentation is visible. Thank you.
Make it full screen. Thank you, Nitya, and thank you to organizer for inviting me. As already we have discussed many things about the One Health and zoonoses. I'll go very fast because I have many slides, but I have to attend another meeting. I have to chair another global session, so I'll try to finish at the earliest. As mentioned, I could not mention about the ILRI. ILRI is hosted by two African nations, Ethiopia and Kenya. And besides that, ILRI has another 14 regional, like I am based in Delhi, in different parts of the country. We are working in another 38 countries, particularly in Asia and African countries. That means the low and middle income countries. We have more than 700 permanent staff. Just I'm telling the 700 permanent staff, and most of the scientists. And we are always maintaining the gender ratio, about 40% female working. That already we have mentioned about the World Zoonoses Day. It is the commemorating the great France biologist we have also already mentioned. Particularly, he introduced the first vaccines, and this is the logo and other. And his contribution we cannot forget. And the 6th July is observing as the World Zoonoses Day. As we are passing through a situation, it is beyond imagination, the COVID situation, just because as a regional representative for South Asia, I have to report every day to my headquarters about the situation in particularly where we are working in South Asia. South Asia, we have 8 countries, and you can see the number of death. India is number 2nd, and already about 4 lakh people died of this situation. This is the yesterday's presentation I'm just showing. And we pay our respectful homage to the people died. Particularly, also, I got a message that about 750 veterinarians also died during this COVID pandemic. The homage to them also. If you can see because we are working for the South Asia, I'm just showing the phases. In first phase, this was the number never close to 1 lakh. But in second phase, it has gone to 4.14 lakh cases. And most of the cases are from India. This is the South Asia, death, and other. And this is the about India. And as mentioned, many of the speakers mentioned about the contribution of the veterinarian in that in India also veterinarians are working day and night, and many of the ICR institutions are also providing the diagnosis, particularly from IVRI, then the Food and Mouth Disease Directorate, then many other organizations. Similarly, ILRI also providing the full support to Kenya and Nairobi, not only for diagnosis of the disease vaccination program and so many other things. This is just to show the great pandemics that happened globally earlier. And particularly, I want to mention here the first plague that ended a total dynasty. And those days, it was not that it is because of the bacteria viruses, and it was just thought that it is the wrath of God. This is here because I'll go through hurriedly because I have many slides here. And this is the 10, particularly worst pandemic. You can see the number of deaths, particularly I want to mention here. And the COVID-19, because this is some old information, it is now about 4 million deaths. In this year, this 21st century, that the pandemics we have already, among them is the corona COVID-19 that we have in 2019 started, now it's continuing. The history about the animal health or human health, that means the One Health, and the doyen of the veterinary medicines, human medicines, they have demonstrated the link between animal and human health. I will not go deep, we can, but for my students, friends, that the term vaccine is coined by Louis Pasteur, and while working with Trichinella, and he found that there is no dividing between human and medicine, because he found that many of the human beings are getting Trichinella infection when they are eating half-cooked or raw pork. That's the disease transmit from man to animal. That is, they started, and he coined the term Zoonoses in 1889. And Kelvin is a veterinarian, and he coined the term One Medicine. And after that, it continued to become the One Health, One World. Now we called One Health. And that includes human, plant health, environment health together. And for the veterinarians that I want to mention here, pandemic we call, that is in veterinary term or veterinary medicine, we call panzootic, epizootic, and anzootic. I will not go details in the One Health approach. Dr. Kaushik has already mentioned All Health approach. He defined the what is that. That's why I'm not going in details in that. This is the One Health, how One Health is that. Disease has no boundaries. And I have already mentioned that 65% of the diseases are of zoonosis, and it causes about 20% production loss in animal sector. And last 30 to 40 years, that because of the so many happenings, the man-made hazards disease is coming more. And particularly, I have mentioned here that how the disease is transmitted with the traveling. Here it is mentioned about the influenza. If you take the COVID, what will be the situation? You can imagine within very short time, it has spread to globally. When it was decided One Health program, there was some biasness between in human and medicine, and they have given much more emphasis on the zoonotic diseases. But if you can see, One Health includes zoonotic diseases, antibiotic resistance, food safety and security, vector-borne diseases like that, and many other occupational health. We'll discuss little one by one. And today we are observing the One Health in terms of the zoonotic diseases, and rabies is one of the best example fitted for the One Health. If you can see, for controlling the rabies, we require the, as a whole, physician, veterinarian, wildlife experts, ecologists, sanitarian, educator, media persons, as well as the policy makers, how to vaccinate, how to registration of the dog, all those together. That's why is a classical example of One Health. Impact of animal disease on human health, I have already mentioned. Particularly, just I want to mention here that globally, there is a 20% loss of production in animal sector, particularly due to the disease or zoonotic diseases. And why it is best important, if the disease is not even transmitted to man to animals, and but it has a serious public health consequence because of the shortage of the animal food. Zoonotic disease is a burden, and there are so many taboos, so many misuse we are using. That's why I have just mentioned here. Sorry, where is the where is the most zoonotic diseases are prevalent? If you can see, it is in the low and middle income group countries, particularly Asia and South Asia. But the greatest burden on zoonoses fall on the poor livestock farmers because they live together. You can see here how we are transmitting many of the diseases. This cow may be suffering from tuberculosis, maybe brucellosis, but at the same time, we are putting like that. And at the same time, 2.3 billion cases of human infection because of zoonotic disease. Of that, about 1.7 million die per year. And moreover, one animal in 7 the livestock are infected with zoonotic disease, particularly in poor countries. And I'm thankful to the organizer, particularly showing a video developed by ILRI and UNEP. And ILRI has great work on not only zoonoses, on the foodborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, because there are many diseases in African country are of zoonotic nature and vector-borne diseases. How the diseases are transmitted? Vector-borne, as mentioned, waterborne, maybe airborne also, and proximate to, that means direct or indirect contact, and foodborne illness. And most of the diseases are transmitting either from wildlife and livestock. And some of the diseases which are mainly transmitted from livestock, that means domestic animals, some are from the livestock, the wildlife. Majority of them are transmitting from both livestock, domestic as well as wildlife. These are just, I want to show here some of the factors that influence the disease over the periods. If you see this in 2017, all the factors are equally contributing, but in 2017 it was found that mostly international travel, climate change, and economic development of the land, poverty, as well as human demography as behavior. In 2017, these factors will be much more prominent and will impact it in a great way. Geographical hotspots, some of the things, but just I want to show here about the India, particularly where brucellosis we are hotspot, tuberculosis, fever, and the foodborne illness is very important. And so, as you know that this picture I am just showing what are the emerging diseases found in, but this is this is about very late, but we have not updated the recent one. The vector-borne disease, as we are mentioning, the major threat to the health and economy globally, and this may be parasitic, bacterial, and viral diseases transmitted by, as you know, that ticks, mites, and other. And 17% of all communicable disease are vector-borne, and 7 lakh deaths per year, and about 80% population in low and middle income group, particularly Asia and Africa, are at risk for the vector-borne diseases. Here we can see what are the diseases: arthropod-borne diseases, rodent diseases, and other, that means bat and other. Our president for VCI has already mentioned about the AMR, antimicrobial resistance. Sir, for your information, you can see the impact of antimicrobial resistance. Every year, about 7 lakh people are dying, and particularly newborn about 58,000. And those that are traveling, they are carrying out of 8, 7 are carrying the disease from. That means this. And annual loss of $100 trillion per year. And if we are not taking the measure appropriately, by 2050, there will be 10 million deaths as well as per year. And this costing, this treating the cost, and it will be about $66 trillion. And here is some breakup of the population will die, particularly Asian. It is more than 47 lakh people, and some other country, but it is very, very less in developed country like America, European country, and Australia. If you look at the countries where the maximum or highest consumption, it is again India, followed by China. ILRI is working on AMR, and ILRI is the CGIR antimicrobial hub, particularly working in the low and middle income group. And many of might be knowing that I have the RAJUVAS is close to my heart, and we are organizing many organizations in Rajasthan. This was the international conference on AMR we organized, and participants from 9 countries attended, and about 100 participants. You can see here Dr. Vishnu Sharma and Sanjita are not here, but Dr. Gehlot with his wife also present in that meeting. And it was a great success. We have given some recommendation for not only for Rajasthan, for of the India. And for your information, Umesh Sharma ji, ILRI always will be happy to work with your suggestion, and we can participate, we can collaborate on the work, particularly on AMR and food safety in India. Food safety is another very important area where zoonotic diseases are transmitted. There is a ILRI work presented in 2018 to the earlier health minister, JP Nadda ji, and we show that about 100 million cases per year affected with foodborne illness. 1 of the 9 people are infected, and it is costing about $12 to $55 billion. In 2030, this number will be increased to 170 million, and 1 in 12 people will be infected. And if we are taking the appropriate measures, that can be the cost will be reduced and will be benefited by about $28 billion, which is the about 5% of country's whole national GDP. And cost of the foodborne and zoonotic diseases, I can just show here, it is about $84 billion. And animal productivity, we are losing about 25 billion. Loss of productivity, 9 million, and human cost about $50 billion. And if you can see, always we are thinking that the dairy animal produce are the main source of foodborne illness, but you can see the leafy vegetables or leafy cereals are one of the important source of foodborne infection, and dairy, fruits, poultry, beef, egg, pork, all are incrementing as the source of foodborne illness. Again, just to show here the vaccine preventable death. Close to 2 million people die. This is for human being I'm just talking, which are vaccine preventable in India. If we give vaccine properly, we can save our children, particularly 2 million people. Umesh Sharma ji has mentioned about the National Disease Control Program launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, 11,000 crore, particularly for brucellosis and foot and mouth disease. And whether we know something about how much preventable vaccines death in animal. And this is a very pertinent issue he has raised, and we are also working, and LRI will definitely collaborate with Indian partners. Climate change and zoonosis, as we know that climate change, I have earlier mentioned, climate change and AMR. These are the two areas we have to give much more emphasis, because these are silent pandemic. For example, COVID is giving this much death we are seeing, but we are not seeing how many deaths because of the climate change as well as the AMR. And particularly zoonotic diseases are more sensitive to climate than those pathogens of animals are the sole pathogens. Bill Gates also said that climate change could be more destructive than the COVID. And globally, there is a forum and they are taking on that. I have not mentioned about the OIE, WHO as well as the FAO, OIE, what they are doing about the changes, because Duka and the WHO represented, they will elaborate definitely on that issues. Just want to show here, because global security index, that means how we are prepared to face or control epidemic. If you can see the US number 1, UK, Netherlands in that, and India's position out of 195 countries, India is prepared, our rank is only 57. That means we have to take many actions to receive that status, like that India, Pakistan much lower, but China is ahead of us. Strategies for management of future pandemic. The future pandemic we have to tackle at national level, regional level, at global level, and these are the areas where we have to give much emphasis, particularly 7 major drivers that we have to look. There is an increased demand for animal nutrition, unsustainable agriculture intensification. Many of speaker already mentioned, because of the intensification of the livestock and agriculture farming, and this is causing the increase of many zoonotic as well as other diseases, increase use and exploitation wildlife, spillover already mentioned by 2-3 speakers. I'll not go in detail. And unsustainable utilization of the natural resources. Natural resource should be properly used, and there should not be any and particularly you have to maintain the biosecurity. That is also travel and transport that already I have mentioned. The changes in food supply chain and climate change. Climate change is the mother of all challenges that we are facing in agriculture as well as animal husbandry, because with the temperature rising, there is an increase of vector-borne diseases, there is a decrease in the milk production, there is a decrease in crop production, all those, these are the 5 things we have to address to manage the future pandemics. Umesh Sharma ji has already mentioned, and many of us know that there is a lack of coordination between the organization, particularly that we have many medical colleges, veterinary colleges, but there is not much coordination. We are not working, and we are working in the advent of the COVID-19, and we are coming together, and that is a good sign, and we have to work together. Another thing, the Indian subcontinent is the hotspot. Indian subcontinent means we are meaning for that not only India, it is including Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, all the 8 countries in South Asia. And but we do not know which is the more important. We are just mentioning in that way. And I'll request particularly those are at the higher position at the government level, they should also go for the national health policy. That means mention of the zoonoses. And we are happy that Government of India is establishing a National Institute for Zoonoses in Nagpur. That was initiated when I was Deputy Director General, and there was a coordination that 50% cost will bear by ICR, 50% for ICMR, but due to some EFC problem or money sharing problem, now this project has totally given to ICMR, and they are developing that institution, and that too within the campus of Maksu University, that means Maharashtra Veterinary University.
Dr. Rahman, you have 5 minutes.
ILRI is always
Dr.
providing
Rahman,
training.
5 minutes. So if you can try and
Not, madam, this is my last slide because because I have gone very hurriedly, and ILRI is always working with the Indian scientists. We are giving training in the front areas. We are organizing those particularly as per the suggestion of the ICR, the Government of India, where the training is required. We are organizing on that. And particularly ILRI is working with the Government of India on the climate change, and we are working with many ICR institutes, the disease economics, because we are always neglecting that area, because when we calculated the loss of economic losses due to foot and mouth disease, and this is my estimation only, when I was director at Nivedi, Bangalore, we have given an estimate that 23,000 crore we are losing only because of the foot and mouth disease. Then it was gone to the Government of India. Now they realized, and immediately they have taken much more vigorous program for vaccination. And we are also losing about 20,000 crore rupees of Brucella. And these 2 diseases has come together, and the National Animal Disease Control Program initiated. And just to inform the people present here, or the scientists, the distinguished delegates, that 2 of my scientists, Dr. S.B.S. Malik from IVRI and Dr. Jagdish Hiramat from Nivedi, they worked with me earlier, and I am very happy that they will be presenting their presentation in following in this session only. And they will give much more specific thought, and will elaborate on area of will be working on the, but the Malik will be having the similar type of presentation, but he will give some much more emphasis on other, because my presentation this is like a overview type of presentation, particularly for the students, those are attending this program. With this, thank you, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and Ms. Roma. They work with me in ILRI, and I acknowledge their help for the presentation of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah.
then it is my pleasure to invite you to make your presentation. Dr. Dukpa has spoken to us before. He's from the OIE. He's a regional representation for Asia and Pacific. And his presentation is going to be in the role of OIE in prevention of the next pandemic. Thank you, Dr.
And Nitya, Nitya and Dr. Sanjida, Dr. Meena and Dr. Karnal, because I'm very much thankful to all of you, but because of I have to chair another session in another global meeting from 1 o'clock, just I'm leaving. I'm sorry that I'll not be hearing my other presentation, the distinguished speaker, but hopefully, because these will be recorded, will definitely get recorded. Thank you very much for the presentation, for invitation, and we'll have discussion. Particularly, I have to discuss with Nitya, particularly on the rangeland, because ILRI is working in a big way in India as well as, and we are also part of the International Year for Rangeland and Pastoralist.
Definitely, Doctor. We'll have our bilateral conversation in another forum.
Okay.
But
Okay,
for the moment,
thank you.
thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of this group.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Dukpa, I'd like to invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, I sent my presentation to Dr. Meena. Would you please play my presentation?
Then Dr. Sinde, you please.
I hope you're all keeping well in these unprecedented times. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this event for inviting the OIE, and it is indeed a privilege to participate and present. I am Kinzang Dukpa, and I work at the OIE regional office in Tokyo, Japan, and I look after One Health activities. Today, I'm going to talk about the role of OIE in prevention of the next pandemic, which, as you all know, is a topical issue. I will briefly talk about OIE's background in the interest of those who may not be familiar with OIE. Then I will talk about using the One Health approach in preventing the next pandemic. And lastly, I will also highlight some of the challenges we have on One Health and multi-sectoral collaboration. OIE, or the World Organization for Animal Health, is an intergovernmental international organization established nearly 100 years ago in 1924. It was established to address rinderpest disease that was ravaging Europe at that time. We are headquartered at Paris in France, and we have 5 regional offices spread across the world, and we currently have 182 members. The OIE regional office is based in Tokyo, Japan, and we have a total of 32 members spread across the Asia-Pacific region, as you can see here. And we also have a sub-regional office in Bangkok. As the global leading agency on animal health and animal welfare, the OIE conducts its activities using its 4 pillars or strategies. The first pillar of transparency, the OIE, through its global database on animal disease information system,
called as the WAHES, collects data information submitted by its members and then shares it widely and transparently across its members. The OIE develops international standards on animal health and animal welfare for safe trade of animals and animal products. With its huge network of expertise, the OIE provides latest scientific information on animal diseases and capacity building for our members. For the solidarity, the OIE acts as a bridge between our members to strengthen capacities in improving the veterinary services. As we observe World Zoonosis Day today, it may be appropriate to remind ourselves what we know about zoonosis. As you can see here, we know that 60% of the existing human infectious diseases have animal origin. Likewise, nearly about 75% of the emerging infectious diseases, they are of zoonotic nature. So therefore, the role of animals as potential source of emerging zoonoses of pandemic proportion cannot be overstated. Consequently, the OIE strongly believe that we need to reorder the way how we address zoonosis by focusing our attention in the detection and prevention of the next pandemic in animals to prevent spillover into humans. So then, what are the potential drivers of zoonosis? While there could be many reasons, I would like to highlight here few drivers that could potentially drive the emergence and spread of future zoonosis. Over the last few decades, we have seen increasing shifts in the animal production systems from backyard farm systems to intensive system where animals in large numbers are reared, often under unhealthy conditions and poor biosecurity conditions. They were posing risks of disease occurrence and spread. Likewise, increasing illegal wildlife trade and consumption, global trade, global travel, climate change, etc. All of these factors could potentially lead to emergence and spread of zoonotic diseases. Therefore, how do we address the next pandemic? Here, I would like to highlight the importance of One Health as a concept in preventing the next pandemic. I will not go into the definition of what is One Health, since you are all experts in this field, but I just would like to mention here that for the OIE, we believe that the health of humans, animals, and the ecosystem are inextricably linked, and they cannot be considered as separate entities. We believe in a systems approach, and within that, the role of veterinarians is very crucial in order to detect, prevent, and control the occurrence of any emerging infectious diseases at the human, animal, and ecosystems interface. So, what have we learned so far? Based on the evidences and experiences so far, we know now that we all need to work together at all levels to address future pandemics. For the OIE, our contribution in preventing the next pandemic can be summed up in these 5 core areas, which I will explain in the succeeding slides. First is the international standards, which I mentioned earlier. As OIE is the international global standard setting body, we develop international standards for animal health and animal welfare. The OIE codes and manual provides the latest scientific information on animal diseases and diagnostics. The code contains health standards for trade in animals and animal products. It also contains information on disease prevention and control, surveillance and notification, risk analysis, veterinary public health, and also information about specific zoonoses. Using its network of expertise spread across the globe, the OIE continuously updates its codes and manuals in order to provide the latest scientific information to our members. In today's globalized world, a disease that occurs in one part of the world can easily reach another corner of the globe in hours. Therefore, the OIE believe in transparent sharing of animal disease information among its members so that members can take quick preventive action in order to prevent the incursion of any emerging disease or diseases. Through our WAHIS, or World Animal Health Information System, which has been recently modernized and updated, we provide a platform for members to share and access information on latest disease events that's occurring in animals, so that our members can take quick action to prevent incursion of disease in their respective countries. As I mentioned earlier, it is also crucial that countries invest in animal health services, since animal health service delivery is a global public good requiring investment for sustainability. It is very important to improve the quality of veterinary services to rapidly detect and respond to any disease occurrence in animals. Through its previous program, or the Performance of Veterinary Services program, the OIE has supported many members to assess their strengths and weaknesses currently available in their veterinary services. We also have a network of reference laboratories and collaborating centers spread across the globe. And these reference centers and collaborating centers, they provide expert information or the latest scientific information and other capacity building support to our members. In India, we have the OI reference laboratory for avian influenza based in Bhopal. We have the OI reference laboratory for rabies at the Karnataka Veterinary and Animal and Fisheries Sciences University in Karnataka. And then we have the OI reference laboratory for whitetail disease in fish in Tamil Nadu. Continuing with the capacity building activities, the OI has provided several trainings at all levels, at the global level, regional and national levels, to enhance the capacities of our members, including training on diagnosis of zoonoses such as avian influenza, rabies, brucellosis. We also have laboratory training projects or program whereby we bring in parent laboratory and a recipient laboratory together in the form of a project to collaboratively build the laboratory capacity of the recipient laboratory on specific disease diagnostics. In 2020, following the completion of a twinning project on rabies diagnosis, the OI designated the rabies laboratory in the Karnataka Veterinary and Animal and Fisheries Sciences University in India as the OI reference laboratory for rabies. We also provide training on AMR surveillance and antimicrobial usage. The OI has been working on wildlife health since nearly 30 years ago, when the worldwide monitoring system for wild animal diseases was established in 1993. The OI working group on wildlife that was formed in 1994 consists of experts working on wildlife disease, and the group has been quite active in providing latest guidelines and recommendations for our members related to wildlife health. Through the WAHIS Wild platform, or the World Animal Health Information System, WILD, which basically is the monitoring of the diseases of wildlife. We do the global monitoring of wildlife diseases of nearly 53 non-OI listed diseases, which of course is voluntary. We have also produced several series of training manuals, as you can see here, on various subjects such as surveillance, risk assessments, outbreak investigations, disease information system, etc. And currently we are developing the 6th training manual. Since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the OI has further stepped up its activities on wildlife health. We have been issuing fact sheets, statements, guidelines, and recommendations, as you can see here. We have a host of activities mentioned here on topics related to COVID-19 in animals, such as we have the Q&A page on COVID-19 in animals. We also have the guidelines for working with free-ranging wild mammals, and we also produce the technical disease cards on OI listed wildlife diseases. We also released a guideline on the veterinary laboratory support to public health response for COVID-19. We also released the guideline for sample testing and reporting of SARS-CoV-2 in animals. And the OI has recently developed the wildlife health framework that can be used to enhance wildlife disease surveillance in our members. And we also have recently issued a joint statement with the WHO and UNEP on how our members can reduce public health risks associated with the sale of live wild animals of mammalian species in traditional food markets. And we work with a host of partners, both at the global level and at the regional level, as you can see here. In this slide, I want to highlight the importance of MCMs, or multi-sectoral collaboration mechanisms. So in order to prevent and control health risks or the emergence of any zoonosis at the human, animal, and ecosystems interface, it is crucial to support coordination of the key players in human, animal, and environmental sectors on the ground if we are to really address those health threats. Therefore, the tripartite consisting of the FAO, the OIE, and the WHO, we have been working together for many years. We have been working primarily on our 3 flagship topics: the animal influenza, antimicrobial resistance, and rabies. However, lately we have been now expanding our partnership on other emerging issues such as food safety and also wildlife diseases. And very recently, the tripartite launched the establishment of what we call as the One Health High-Level Expert Panel that was launched on 20th May of this year. And this high-level expert panel actually consists of experts on One Health working on various disciplines from various sectors. And the main purpose of this high-level expert panel is to provide advice to the tripartite and also to our members on the development of a long-term global action plan to avert outbreaks of any pandemics in the future. At the regional level, the tripartite have also led the multi-sectoral collaboration mechanism activities very aggressively. And we have a regional tripartite coordination mechanism amongst the tripartite agencies to address threats at the human-animal ecosystem interface. The regional tripartite have been leading from the front in catalyzing the concept of One Health, or MCMs, that brings in together human, animal, and environmental sectors from 32 members in the Asia-Pacific region. We have organized 8 MCM workshops so far, starting in 2010. The last workshop on multi-sectoral collaboration was held in Bangkok in 2019, and the next multi-sectoral collaboration mechanism workshop will be held on 6th and 7th October this year virtually. So the main purpose of these workshops are to catalyze multi-sectoral collaboration in countries in order to ensure functional and sustainable One Health initiatives. The tripartite has also produced several tools to support our members in establishing and catalyzing MCMs on the ground. The tripartite Zoonosis guideline is one such document which has detailed information about MCM and how this can be set up and made functional under different settings. Other topics such as the Surveillance and Information Sharing Operation Toolkit, the CSOT, and the Joint Risk Assessment tools are at various stages of piloting and finalization, and this will help countries strengthen coordination on surveillance, information sharing, risk analysis. Another important tool is the IHR PVS National Bridging Workshop tool, which is a tool to bring in animal and human health sectors together to discuss gaps in different components of addressing the zoonotic events. So if you're interested, please visit these websites and you can get information about the various tools available from the tripartite. The tripartite has also developed global strategies on important diseases and issues such as the Global Strategic Plan to End Human Deaths from Dog-Mediated Rabies by 2030, or often called as 0 by 30 Plan, the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, and the Global Action Plan on Zoonotic Tuberculosis. The FAO and OIE has set up OFLU, which is a global network of experts working on avian influenza, and this is jointly managed by FAO and OIE. The OFLU platform enables exchange of scientific data and other important resources amongst the tripartite, and also collaborates closely with WHO in the development of human flu vaccines based on the influenza strain information shared by FAO and OIE. This is my last slide. Here I wish to highlight some of the challenges and way forward for One Health in our preparations for the next pandemic. Currently, we have not set our priorities right. So the first challenge we can see here is that there is still insufficient investment in animal health services in many countries. So if we are to rapidly detect and respond to any future pandemics, it should actually begin with animals. So it is crucial to make the right kind of investment in having quality veterinary services. Next, although a lot of investments and actions have happened at various levels to promote the concept of One Health or MCM, it is still weak, non-functional, and non-sustainable in many countries. There is still lack of coordination amongst the key stakeholders. So we need to strengthen that. And in the chain of One Health, the wildlife or the environmental sector engagement is the weakest. Hopefully, with the COVID-19 pandemic, this equation will change, and we will see more active engagement of the wildlife sector. Fourthly, the surveillance of wildlife diseases are still in the infant stages, and this really needs a big boost if you want to detect and respond quickly to the emergence of the next pandemic. Then we should also continue to encourage joint surveillances, joint simulation exercises, joint risk analysis, which are actually rarely done, in order to further strengthen the coordination and collaboration between the key agencies working on One Health. And lastly, although you may have the latest knowledge, the technical requirements, the scientific information, the SOPs, I think it is very important to have the political commitment or the financial resources to put those technical guidelines, statements, and recommendations into action on the field. So I think we need to continue to promote or advocate for political commitment to get the necessary support to translate those into action. So lastly, I would like to end my presentation with this quote that was jointly made by the World Bank and the OIE. In the case of pandemics, billions of dollars in prevention are worth trillions of dollars for the cure. I think this quote is very appropriate and very timely, because we need to make the right investment at the right time if we are to prevent the next pandemic. So we need the investment now, and we encourage the parents donors to make the investment in order to detect and prevent the next pandemic from happening.
Presentation?
Yeah, please.
In that case, I'd like to invite Dr. A.K. Gehlot, founder and former Vice Chancellor RAJUVAS and member of the Governor Advisory Board of Rajasthan, India, to make his presentation on strategies to deal with future zoonoses Indian perspective. Dr. Gehlot, it's my pleasure to invite you to make a presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitya, and thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm just sharing my screen. I think my screen is shareable now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So it's a very easy for me now after two very good presentations. Just trying to okay. By the time we already know that 60% of infectious diseases and 75% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. And many examples have been given by now: Ebola, Nipah, MERS, SARS, Zika, bird flu, etc. If you see, the mortality and morbidity rates of very common, I have taken as just a comparison to highlight what how strong the COVID-19 is there. So, 107 million morbidity from December 2019 to now. I think it must be 1 or 2 months old, and more than 2 million deaths. And I think Dr. DS was updating the latest figure as 4 millions. Now, to prevent future outbreaks of novel zoonotic diseases, we need to address the root causes of their emergence. And as has been told in earlier presentations also, and we all know that these key anthropogenic drivers, they have been identified world over. One is agricultural intensification, and these are not in order of their severity. Somewhere the agricultural intensification may be responsible, and at some places increased demand for animal protein, conversion of land, and then the climate change. But then what brings people into closer contact with disease vectors? Two very important factors have been noticed world over: destroying natural habitats and humanity exploiting more species, as the suspicion is there that if the COVID-19 virus has not leaked from the lab, but has adopted human beings or infected human beings from bats, then bat, pangolin, this chain to human, this chain has been established by many of the scientists. Now, we need, among other things, to break down what are important things to break down disciplinary and organizational silos, and that is very important with respect to veterinary field or veterinary fraternity. Our participation in control of zoonotic disease should be increased more, and then to invest in public health programs, as Dr. Gupta has very nicely in his last quote, that it is wise to spend billions to prevent expenditure of trillions on treatment, and to farm sustainability, to end the over-exploitation of wildlife, to restore land and ecosystem health, and to reduce climate change. So, one example I will like to give Nipah virus, because of the fact that COVID-19 almost everybody of us know very well. Now, in 2018, the third outbreak was traced to fruit bats and claimed 17 lives. And the outbreak fortunately was declared over on 10th of June 2018. And it was the third time. The first time it emerged in 2001, the second time 2007, and around 71 total cases and 50 deaths. That means 70% of mortality was there in two outbreaks. Now, this example indicates that these zoonotic outbreaks in human beings, they are controllable. But then again, there is a nature of these outbreaks that they can recur. So therefore, the recurrence is preventable. And there was one question in question answer box also, that why India has not allowed bird flu vaccination in poultry. So I have put up the answer, and Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Sanjeev Balyanji, he has given the answer in Rajya Sabha, that why India has not allowed vaccination, because of the fact that vaccination, and even for COVID-19, one renowned scientist, he said that the reason he has not objected to vaccination, but he has said that due to vaccination in a population, the virus is stimulated to mutate. So therefore, the question is whether to vaccinate the population and allow the virus to remain, or whether to eradicate the virus at all. So That is the major reason why India has not allowed vaccination of bird flu in poultry. Then why it is a challenge in India to deal with the disease like Nipah virus? Now, a huge human population. That means, per square kilometer population is one of the highest in the world. Then frequent interactions with animals, intimate human-animal contact. Now here a word of caution I will like to put up to all veterinary fraternity that it has become a fashion now to oppose that the animal dwellings should be reduced and even the domestic animals and pet animals we should not keep them because of the danger of zoonotic disease. But then the science and scientists are behind us, and we know how to control and how to ward off zoonotic disease. And now we have observed very recently, even in case of lions, big cats in Rajasthan itself, there was a reverse zoonosis because of the fact that no public inflow was completely checked, and few of the housekeepers of zoo, they got infected from COVID-19 and they infected the lions. So therefore, that is also another very important aspect. Highlighted. I will request some of the participants to mute the mic. Then lack of adequate preventive and precautionary approach, lacks proper vaccination programs, diagnostic facilities, and poor zero surveillance. And we have also seen in COVID-19 that the diagnostic facilities and zero surveillance, they always fell short of the requirement. Although India is one country who has strengthened a lot, means many hundred times more. There was only one lab to do RT-PCR test, the Institute of Virology at Pune, and now there are hundreds of labs spread across. And I am very happy that many of the veterinary institutions and ICR institutes, they have also they have come forward to participate in RT-PCR testing for COVID-19. Then what more steps needed to be taken? I would like to quote one thing that for effective prevention and control of zoonotic disease, there is a requirement of multi-sectoral integrated response among medical, veterinary, and other related departments. Now here everybody agrees to it, but practically we see that it's not practiced. The veterinary, particularly, it is put on a secondary seat or a back seat. So therefore, there is a need to make veterinary public health a part of national health mission. That is very important because of the fact that unless you control zoonotic disease in animals, you cannot control zoonotic disease in human beings. And therefore, the best example is control of tuberculosis by UK. They have taken together control of tuberculosis program in animals. And after a few decades, when there was a again the Mycobacterium tuberculosis was seen in human population, some wildlife was held responsible, and there was hue and cry throughout the world that why millions of those wildlife animals in which tuberculosis was found, they were found as carriers, they were destroyed. Then study the economic impact of zoonotic disease outbreaks in humans so that prevention and control guidelines are framed well in advance by both medical and veterinary fraternities. But we need to make veterinary institutions and human resource available in these institutions stronger enough to be able to give advice. That is very important as far as India is concerned. There is always a need, felt need. Even the center, Zoonotic Disease Center, which is organizing this international webinar, I don't think that any other veterinary university is having such a center. So such centers should be there, and there should be a networking between all those veterinary institutions who are working on zoonotic diseases formally as well as informally. Then what more steps needed to be taken? Developing a modern disease surveillance system using new approaches and tools. Now, many of the technologies, we call them these new technologies as disruptive technologies also, like syndromic surveillance, geographical information system or GIS system, remote sensing, molecular epidemiology. What we are doing in India in case of COVID-19, we have found out that there is a Delta variant and then Delta plus variant, then information technology, bioinformatics, and then economics and sociology. These are very important. Regarding sociology, I would like to say that even the FAO country head, Sricheri, Romeo Sricheri, in his article in the Hindu, he has mentioned that India is the only country in the world who could maintain public distribution system supply to more than 80 crore population. So it was appreciated by FAO also. So this is how sociology is there, and then there were many helping hands from the government as well as from the public, general public also. Many stars also participated in to help the migratory, laborers to their home. So these are some sociological aspects which are also to be taken care of. So apart from what I want to emphasize is that till now we are seeing zoonotic disease control only with respect to its control in the host, may it be animal or may it be human being. All those aspects, veterinary and medical aspects. But now this COVID-19 has made us to realize that we have to do a lot of work on the economy, to restore the economy, because it is being adversely affected, and the economy which has been adversely affected by COVID-19, I think this is the worst example till now in the world. And then sociology, employment, all these aspects, they also need to be taken up in policy planning. Then I'm just mentioning 10 key policy recommendations by UNEP 2020. NRI and IRDI, they were collaborators in this report. The first one is awareness. Raise awareness and increase understanding of risk and prevention at all levels of society. We know why there was a caller tune of Amitabh Bachchan saying that wash your hands and sanitize and wash with soap and water. So all this was only to raise awareness, and even the media, print media as well as electronic media, they came forward during COVID-19 in the country to make the society aware and to build widespread support for risk reduction strategies. Now, widespread support for risk reduction strategies, that means, I will give one example, lockdown. Why Honorable Prime Minister came on TV and announced lockdown, and then, there were, few events organized, say, for example, Thali Bazaye and, all those things. It was all to have a social support and social awareness. That the whole society should be made aware of the importance of the risk reduction strategies. And lockdown was one of the very important risk reduction strategy adopted by Government of India and as well as state governments. Then governance, increase in investment in interdisciplinary approaches, including the One Health perspective. OIE is recommending to all the countries that now it is high time that we should, and I think by now with COVID-19, all the countries, governments, they are very well sensitized about the importance of One Health. Then strengthen the integration of environmental considerations. And then tripartite collaboration. Dr. Gupta has already made it very clear that WHO, FAO, and OIE, they are they have come together to fight the global issues, particularly the zoonotic disease and all other health related issues, and one health aspect particularly. Then science, expand scientific inquiry into the complex social, economical, and ecological dimensions. Now, here, we should be very scientific in our approach. May it be the social approach, economic approach, or ecological restoration or restoration of health of ecology. And to assess the risk and develop interventions at the interface of environment, animal health, and human health. So that we have to develop interventions at the interface of environmental aspect, human environment, human animal, and human to human interface. To further the operational research for tracking the contacts and presumptive cases and decisions on curfew and containment needed to be taken on real-time basis using GIS. I was talking about disruptive technologies. So GIS, GPS, mapping, geofencing of suspected cases, vulnerability assessment through risk analysis, and predictive modeling. Only today, the two predictive modelings they have come in newspapers regarding the third wave. So such type of scientific approach is needed, and science is there behind us. As Dr. Rahman said also that the science and good science. And just see how science helped quickest ever vaccine production. This is one example which I am giving. Messenger RNA vaccine, although the learned speaker from Canada, he has said that messenger RNA should not be used, but then this is for the first time that such kind of vaccine. But I'm giving the examples that what type of vaccines they have been developed so quickly. This is the first example in the history of vaccine development, that very quick vaccine development was there throughout the globe, and so many agencies they have come forward, and so many scientists they were involved. And particularly, you will be very happy to see the tricolor in the last Zydus cadila in case of developing DNA vaccine. So we are also proud partner of this scientific development. Then the viral vector vaccines, the Sputnik vaccine, the AstraZeneca, the Covishield vaccine, they contain the adenovirus as vector virus, and change by gene editing, introduce the spike protein genes into it. So the Sputnik, it uses the adenovirus from human adenovirus, and the AstraZeneca used the chimpanzee adenovirus. So then the protein vaccines, Novavax, Medicago, these, and then again inactivated virus. Here again our tricolor is there in front of Bharat Biotech, which used inactivated. Although the inactivated vaccine, vaccines, they are age old, attenuated and inactivated. Even Louis Pasteur first used the attenuated vaccine. So, but then this age-old technology is still valid. So therefore, the science has provided us answer as well as provided us the speed. We were able to scientifically assess the safety of all these vaccines, as well as provide emergency use of these vaccines. Then regarding finance, again the cost benefit analysis of emerging disease prevention interventions. From almost every platform I have been saying that we should come out with the economic impact of any disease. and then put forth to the government and policy makers that this disease is causing that much of economic loss annually, and therefore we want to spend only this much, very small 100th of or 1,000th of the total economic loss for prevention of the disease. And it should include full cost accounting of social aspects of the social impacts of the disease also, and so that we can optimize the investment and reduce trade-offs also. When we see the balance between the expenditure and the gain, so that balance should always be in our favor. So we need to ensure ongoing and well-resourced preparedness and response mechanisms for this financial calculation. Then monitoring and regulation. Now, we need to develop the monitoring and regulations for practices associated with zoonotic disease. Say, for example, if we talk of food systems, because of the fact that wet meat market of China that was held responsible for transmitting the virus from wild animals to human beings. So the food system monitoring and regulation, improving sanitary measures we have seen during COVID-19 and still we are using, and taking into account the nutritional, cultural and socio-economic benefits of these food systems. So therefore, these monitoring and regulations, they need to be there, which is the number 5th recommendation of the group UNEP. And then incentives include health considerations in incentives for sustainable food systems, including wildlife source foods also. So this is again a new recommendation I have seen, that for instead of along with monitoring and regulating the food chain, we need to incentivize for good practices. So to control unsustainable agricultural practices, wildlife consumption, then trade, including illegal activities of wildlife products as well as wildlife parts, and develop alternatives for food security and livelihoods. Now, this livelihoods is very, very important because of the fact that the large population which brings the wildlife into the market in any form, it's a part of their livelihood. So we need to provide incentives to them for their lost livelihood on account of these monitoring and regulatory practices. Then biosecurity and control. We need to identify key drivers for emerging diseases in animal husbandry also, particularly both in industrialized agriculture, that means intensive animal husbandry systems, and smallholder production. Now, this smallholder production, I will like to give much emphasis with respect to India, because of the fact that our most of the production is from smallholder production. May it be the largest agricultural commodity, milk. If we see the total families involved in milk production throughout the country are around 10 crore, are within the chain of organized dairy sector. May it be the cooperative dairy federations or the private organized dairies. And it has been estimated that around 25 crore families in the country, they have dairy animals. So all of them are smallholders, and therefore their interest is, should be vast and need to be vast, because it's a big support to their economy, household economy, and include proper accounting of biosecurity measures in production-driven animal husbandry or livestock production to the overall cost of One Health. And therefore, we need to incentivize the proven and underused animal husbandry management, biosecurity, zoonotic disease control measures, and develop practices that strengthen the health, and sustainability of diverse smallholder systems. Now, agriculture and wildlife habitats. Now, these integrated management of landscapes and seascapes. That is the basic theme of all these things, and reduce further destruction and fragmentation of wildlife habitat by strengthening the implementation of existing commitments on habitat conservation, maintenance of ecological connectivity, reduction of habitat loss, incorporating biodiversity values in planning processes. And then capacity building, particularly the strengthening of existing and building new capacities among health stakeholders in all countries, because it is a UNEP recommendations. So it applies squarely to Indian conditions also. To help them to understand human, animal, as well as environmental health dimensions of zoonotic and other diseases. Now, this is one photograph showing the mortality across states in colors. The states where the mortality was very high and the number of deaths were very high, and the states where it was comparatively lower. And then this is the Rajasthan. Even in Rajasthan, the districts, there was district-wide wise variation in the mortality of COVID-19. Now,
Dr. Gehlot?
Yes.
Yeah, I think only a few minutes left. If you could wind up your session, please.
Yeah, I think I'm just winding up. I will require hardly 5 minutes or
yes,
7 minutes. Thank you.
If you could, because we have the next speakers waiting. She's joining us from Geneva.
Okay. It's just a capacity building. Where our capacity is, hospital beds per 1,000. Only 0.9 beds are available, and rest all countries are there. So we can realize where we stand. Then CCU beds per 1 lakh population. What is the position in India and what is the position in Germany and US? Then physicians per 1,000. India, hardly one physician per 1,000 population, and what is the availability in rest of the countries? Then nurses and midwives. Hardly 2 nurses per 1,000. So this is the area where we need to improve or build up our capacity. Then operationalizing the One Health approach. Much has been spoken on this, and by now we know what is the importance of this One Health approach. Then some of the very important, things, economic impact. The COVID-19 has added these parameters in our planning to control zoonotic disease. That economic impact should also be, there is one, UNCTAD's director, he says no one saw this coming. But the bigger story is a decade of debt, delusion, and policy drift. And so this is, and we have seen it, economic impact. If we see, last 12 quarters.
Dr. Gehlot, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we have the speaker waiting. So
I think this is the last 1 or 2 slides only. Then the labor impact on the employment. I'm not going to spell it out, but we know that the COVID-19 has increased unemployment. This table only, this indicates that more of educated youth was made unemployed they lost employment during the COVID-19 situation. And this is no longer only a global health crisis, it is also a major labor market and economic crisis that is having a huge impact on people. So, in conclusion, we need to proactively, safeguard the human and animal population from future zoonotic disease, keeping the following issues in mind: timely policy decisions with adequate scientific input, adequate health infrastructure and services, strengthening veterinary institutions, epidemiological studies, strengthening diagnostic and molecular labs, One Health approach, climate change, then sustainability of food production and safeguard social aspects of like economy, employment, food production, and food supply chain. So with these, I end my talk, and if there are any questions, they may be put in question answer section also. So thank you very much, and thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much, Dr. Taylor, and thank you very much indeed, and for highlighting the importance of investment in the livestock sector and the animal husbandry sector. I think that has been raised by two speakers, and for highlighting the importance of investment in the livestock sector and the animal husbandry sector. I think that has been raised by two speakers, and I think it's a very important point. At this moment, I would like to invite Dr. Bernadette Abel La Irida, who joins us from the WHO office, and will be speaking to us on WHO strategies for the prevention of emerging zoonoses. She's a WHO team leader of neglected tropical zoonotic diseases. Dr. Rida, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak again this year at your university, where you are building the workforce of the future. So it's give you a little bit of a discussion and open up for questions. I think it'll be more interesting and perhaps interactive in that way. So I think COVID has shown us that we can't do business as usual anymore. I think we've had previous pandemics, not quite as large perhaps as the impact of COVID. So we've had COVID and SARS and influenza and Ebola, and all the time we seem to forget, and policymakers and politicians seem to forget that, you know, investing in a long-term preventive strategy is the way to go. And zoonoses often do not reach the global agenda as clearly as others. So, and in that way, COVID can be a benefit in a sense for preventing diseases at the human-animal interface, both for the benefit of animal health, but also for the benefit of human health and the environment we all share. So in that way, WHO's member states has really pushed the agenda to organizing ourselves better. And we just had our World Health Assembly, which brought forward zoonoses in a very prominent way. And a few things came out of that. One is the announcement that FAO, OIE, and WHO, who have already worked together for many years, are now including UNEP as an additional partner to our collaboration to provide a global sort of leadership, marching the march ourselves rather than just talking, but marching the talk. And so we have now an additional partner to work with us with UNEP. We also have just endorsed in the World Health Assembly a better organization of the work we do at the human-animal environmental interface, with an announcement that there will be a hub, actually multiple intelligence hubs, to use the data in a more powerful way. We know in other industries, data is used in a very powerful way for marketing, for analysis of customers. And so in a sense, to use our data more efficiently, but that relies on surveillance, and I'll come back to that later. So hubs for data, a WHO hub based in Berlin, one in UK announced. There will be also a more organized biological agents hub, so that there is a library of different agents available and archived. So multiple organization, collaboration, coordination going on at the global level, and the law also at a political level. zoonosis has come very strongly forward in the G7, will be brought forward in the G20 in multiple high-level discussions. And that shows that there is now political appetite to look at this problem. But again, seems to be that the focus is on emerging diseases. And what I'd like to bring out today as one of the main messages is that in order to prevent an emerging disease, in order to identify an emerging disease, we need to have a system, and we need to engage communities who are at the center of surveillance, at the center of seeing what is happening as a first hand. And our veterinary staff or human health workers are at the center of communities and primary healthcare levels who are the first identifiers of anything going wrong in the system. So to have a system, we also need to be working on things that are of importance to your community. And so I work in the Department of Neglected Tropical Diseases on the diseases of poverty, on endemic diseases. And I believe and I hope there will be more studies to show this, that if we build systems that address concerns of communities, of the populations at risk, then we're building a system that becomes our alarm, our alert system for the unusual, for the emergence. It also provides the same platform for logistics, for surveillance. And so I truly believe that if we invest only in looking for the unknown pathogen, there will be, pathogens are so clever, they will outwit us. We really need to be trying to bolster what concerns our populations most, work for the better health of our animals and humans, and connect the dots. One of our weakest points is surveillance is really weak, and our data is really weak, especially in the communities that are most disenfranchised. And this is a place where not only the data from the single sectors need to be improved, but we should be linking the data so that humans are not the sentinel of something that is emerging, but that we already pick up at the source of the emergence. So I would also like to bring forward that as we build that system, we build a workforce that is often in a crisis situation reprogrammed to address the outbreak or the emergency. And so again, in order to build that system that will address both the endemic and the epidemic diseases, we would be building workforce capacity during peacetime, so to speak, during the time where there's no big pandemic, no crisis situation, doing the everyday needful. And when a pandemic hits, we've seen it in many countries, including in India, the workforce is reprogrammed to where the crisis is happening. And so during the peacetime, it is also a time to maintain the skills that the workforce has gained also during the pandemic or built during the non-pandemic seasons. So it's really a long-term thinking about how to manage a workforce, how to keep them up to date, and how to keep them active and direct them in achieving what we set out to achieve, the improved health of animals and humans. And in doing that, building those systems in advance of a crisis builds that network, builds the logistical platforms that are needed to move goods and products and medicines across, building the network of expertise already during a non-crisis phase. So if I could get out two main messages. The veterinary workforce is a substantial building block of health, and One Health is still an approach. We're still learning, and we need to be really bringing these young people into a change in mindset, a change in paradigm, that we don't just work a vet and that's it. We do our thing with animals and that's all. No, we work in very close collaboration, from research into implementation into pandemic response together. So there are a lot of things we still need to learn in implementing One Health. I think one research question that I really am keen to see would be, how do endemic systems that attend to endemic diseases help? How can we measure, and how have they helped in providing better response capacity, preparedness, and preventive capacity to emerging diseases? And so with that, I do want to bring out one specific area I work on, and an area of work that India struggles or grapples with, and that's rabies. I think one of the main problems why rabies, we have all the tools, we have everything we need to get rid of a problem like rabies. And so if we want to prove we can do One Health, rabies could be the indicator of success, could be the indicator of impact of One Health. But for that, we need political engagement, and we need engagement from the root all the way up to the top, and resources to do so. And we need collaboration from the academia, with government, all the way to civil society. So I think we are an important vehicle to maintain very strong messages on zoonosis, that we ourselves have a role to play in building collaboration, coordinating with the other sectors, and seeing how to build both the research and program into effective programs through improved data and improved surveillance. So with that, I thank you very much for having me again this year on your World Zoonosis Day, and I wish all of you and all the up-and-coming leaders in this field, you know, let us be proud of our profession, and let us do the best to make this world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rida. That was a very interesting, inspiring presentation. You spoke of for the need for data and for surveillance, and also how a workforce has to be managed post-pandemic or between pandemics, as it were. I hope there is no other pandemic, but anyway. Is there any pressing question? I think we have 5 minutes. Maybe she could take one question. I don't see any question in the chat.
I have an answer, madam. Open question.
An answer, okay. Dr. Sharma, sure.
Sorry.
That's nice.
I was having in my mind. Just recently, Dr. Abedeta, she told about one more partner agency is coming. I want to have an idea about whether she can give a little more light on that issue. Dr. Abedeta.
Sorry, the new partner.
Yeah,
the new partner is the United Nations Environmental Programme. And it is a gesture and a way to really encourage truly by setting the pace ourselves. And I don't say it's easy. Priority setting with 4 international organizations who have member states is a different difficulty. I didn't get that. Sorry, I was talking over you.
The new partner agency is UNEP?
Yes.
Okay. And there was one health initiative recently I had gone through OI, WHO, and FAO, and that is also taking place, if you can.
Yes, so there's a high-level One Health technical panel, which will guide, these are experts from multiple countries, multiple member states. They were selected through an open call. We try to cover all the regions of the world, and also have some gender parity, which is an important thing. In fact, a lot of the veterinarians are women. So yes, there is now a high-level panel, and they will advise WHO on forecasting of any emerging diseases, looking at research areas that need to be considered, looking at opportunities of collaborations, data collections that could help us do a better job in prevention, in awareness raising. So it's a multifolded, and in fact, you will find on our website, if you Google high-level expert panel on One Health, you will find more information about the terms of reference.
Thank you. The last curiosity, Dr. Nitya, from Dr. Bernadetta. Our international agencies are realizing and feeling the potential role of the veterinarian in fighting such pandemic diseases after this COVID-19. To be very frank opinion and observation.
I think, you know, I'm a veterinarian. I am based in the Global Health Organization on health. Global, you know, so there has always been a recognition that we cannot do it alone. We need the veterinary disciplines, we need the veterinary sector. So it is very important, but we know also it is very difficult to set joint priorities. Let's take rabies, okay? Rabies is not a livestock disease, and most of the veterinarians are really worried about, you know, economically producing animals, and the dog falls in between the space. So, you know, this is the problem with priority setting across the sectors, is that we as a public health agency have often had to take the lead in order to do something that should really squarely fit with the veterinary sector. But the veterinary sector has not seized that opportunity. I think we have all the converted of veterinarians in One Health. We have less of the public health disciplines and sectors engaged in One Health. So it's really been a veterinary movement. And we really need to bring the human health and also environmental sector more on board so that we understand what we're saying to each other and try to coordinate and collaborate as best we can, you know, and set at least some priorities together so we can make progress, we can measure that progress and evaluate it and see how to refine things. We don't have all the answers yet. The veterinarians are a key specialty, and we definitely need them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just, I have one question, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead, Doctor.
Yes. Ma'am, I think, is it possible that like the WHO, OIE, ILRI or FAO, why not we think about the One Health Institute, separate One Health institutions globally for taking care of all these things about what pupils are working, they are working in another institutions also. So is it possible?
So there are many different thinkings around that. It's sort of building another silo, isn't it? There have been countries who've tried to build a One Health ministry. Does that help? I'm not sure it does, actually. I have seen good and bad examples. For example, Italy has their veterinary public health embedded within the Ministry of Health. So that sort of works well. In some countries, I know Mongolia tried it with the support of World Bank. They tried to institute a One Health ministry. Not really. Some countries, Kenya, Tanzania, have built a supra-ministerial grouping under the presidential office that then brings up, you know, so that there's no competition between the ministries of health, but there's an opportunity to think, even for the resourcing, makes it a little bit easier to resource at the supra-ministerial level. So there are pros and cons, but to pull in, and we're struggling with this, and I'll be very honest, we're struggling with this in WHO. I'm in neglected zoonotic diseases in one group. I'm not in the emergencies, but there's a group working on zoonotic infectious diseases in emergencies. There's another group working in food safety. How do we bring us together? And for now, the solution is that there will be a unit that sort of is the secretariat, but that we will contribute across departments, right? Sort of a network rather than building another sort of grouping. So we'll try that out. We don't know if it'll be successful. I think there's a lot of passion in the individuals, and I think often passion in individuals make things work, but we'll have to also institutionalize it. So when we pass on, then there is a legacy to follow.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We proud of you. We all are. You are a veterinarian and you are doing well in the WHO. So we feel proud, and we are highly obliged with your presence in this international webinar of the RAJUVAS. You are always available. I'm highly thankful to you and our university also. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir is here from morning, and our Dean is also here. So we are waiting for your presence. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and it's been a great pleasure to be with you. And I know you are, building the champions of the future, and this is something that is an amazing thing that I love to be a part of, at least for a little time every year. And I do thank you, and I thank the moderators and everybody who are present, and especially the up and coming students that they take on the responsibility and the role that we are given through following this this occupation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rida. I think that was extremely nice that we could also have a short question answer session with you. And also good to know that you're a fellow veterinarian, and that there are more women in the expert panel at One Health, which is going to be the case, I think, in the future.
Yes. Thank you very much.
There are more women now in the veterinary field, I think, globally.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
When I studied, we were 4. So we move on to the next presentation. And I would like to invite Dr. Jay Hiremat from Nivedi to make his presentation. He will speak on the epidemiology of emerging coronavirus in humans and understand the role of animals. Dr. Hiremat, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. So, is my slides are visible now?
Extremely clear, thank you. Only you will have to go into a presentation mode.
Yes. Okay.
Very much. That's very clear.
Yeah. First of all, on the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to talk about the epidemiology of emerging coronaviruses in human and understanding the role of animals. And earlier to me, 4 of the eminent speakers spoke about the efforts and the ongoing activities, either by OIE, ILRI, WHO, towards making this concept of One Health into a more of a system approach, as it was really emphasized by the previous speaker. Passion with the individual should translate into a system. Only then probably the principle and the aim of achieving a certain concept will be done. So for the next 30 minutes, what I will try to do is try to get into the more specifics of what this coronavirus is and how these recent emerging viruses are different from the earlier ones, whether coronaviruses were there earlier or we are hearing them for the first time. And what about the role of animals in the process of emergence of new coronaviruses? And are there a few coronaviruses in animals, and do they have any significance? So these are few kind of questions we'll try to understand through this presentation. Let me start my presentation with a humble understanding that in the ancient ongoing struggle between the microbes and man, genetically more adaptable microbes have upper hand in consistently surprising us and often catching us unprepared. So this is kind of very important pretext which we have to keep in mind, why viruses or bacteria or pathogens have always, outsmarted us, though we think we are advanced in many ways. But because the kind of genetic makeup and the mechanism they hold, probably they give us a surprise. And it is not the surprise for the last time. There will be many more such surprises for which we'll be keeping ourselves prepared. This is how my presentation is planned. I also kept students in mind. So there will be some basic concepts which will be defined every now and then. Please bear with me. And introduction to epidemiology. I know that epidemiology is heard so far, and but in terms of practice, we are still a long way to go. And epidemiology of emerging infections, human and animal coronaviruses, emerging coronaviruses of human and animals, role of animals in emergence of human coronaviruses, and coronavirus research priorities in animal science as far as India is concerned, and what at Nivedi we are doing in terms of coronavirus research. As I said, we all know that epidemiology is a study of distribution and determinants of health-related states or events, which also includes diseases, in a specified population. And the application of this study to the control of health problems is the aim of epidemiology. We know that disease distribution is a very important thing to be known about a disease in order to prioritize our plan towards disease control or prevention. And it is also very important to know the determinants of disease. We know that there are multiple factors which are associated with the host or environment or agent. And additionally, if it is a vector-borne disease, there are factors associated with the vectors which together contribute towards the occurrence of a disease event. Having known such determinants and also the other patterns of the disease in population, we have ways and means of controlling or preventing the disease more effectively. So when it comes to the epidemiology of emerging infections, so emphasizing the word emerging, again, the factors are associated with the host, and there are cofactors associated with the agent, and there are cofactors associated with the environment. When you look at a host may be of an animal or a human or any other species, there are many factors like a cell tropism within the host and alternate and co-receptors, genetic inherent susceptibility of a host, what is the immune protection they hold, and what is the innate immune response they keep, and what are the demographic and the behaviors which also plays a significant role, especially for human population. International trade, travel, recreational, occupation, antibiotic misuse, these are all part of demographic and behavioral patterns which will decide and contribute towards the disease emergence. When it comes to agent factor, you look at genetic diversity. What is the diversity of such agents? What are the evolution and changes it has undergone? Is there any variability in terms of infectivity, immunodominant antigens, and co-pathogenesis? So these are all cofactors of agent which will contribute towards the emergence of new infections. And coming to environmental factors, there are animal exposure factors, animal environmental degradation, climate, weather. So it's all been enlisted by previous speakers, like how and what drivers are responsible for the emergence of such emerging diseases. And there are natural phenomena which may be man-influenced or naturally happening. Change in environmental niche is one important factor which can result in emergence of an infection. Mutation in existing pathogen is one more important phenomena by which we tend to see emergence of new infections. So change in pathogen in terms of less pathogen becoming a more pathogen, which is a very prominent phenomena we have observed through bird flu. New emergence of diseases, which mean to say they were restricted to certain niche, say for example, sylvatic cycle, and now it has moved to a human area through or directly from wild animals or domestic animals. And also spread to new geographical area. If you take examples of SARS coronavirus 2, To begin with, it was restricted to China, and later on it moved worldwide, taking example of India, which witnessed this particular spread. Again, highlighting more into the depth of how the emergence of infectious diseases are occurring. As we all know that there is a sylvatic cycle wherein which wild animal maintains the disease through its environment. And there are domestic cycles wherein which mostly domestic animals will maintain the disease through domestic cycle. And there is a disease in human, which is also human being the major host there and maintaining the disease again through human to human transmission kind of cycles. And the zoonotic disease cycle is a kind of link between the domestic cycles and disease cycle in the human, which is largely of this nature. But when it comes to spread or spillover of sylvatic cycle into domestic cycle, that is when most of the time it leads to emergence of new infections. So there might be many factors which are all been discussed earlier, and to name few, basically there is an ecological change, and which might be due to agriculture development, industrialization, name many factors which are directly or indirectly changing our ecology at micro and macro level. And that is contributing significantly towards spillover of infection from one niche to another. So coming to the coronavirus as such, what kind of virus it is and what is its structure? When you look at the virus, it is a positive sense RNA virus, which is having relatively a larger genome size, and it's an enveloped virus. And it has both structural and non-structural proteins, which are very, very important towards understanding its ability to induce immune response and also later on to develop diagnostics and vaccination. And the coronaviruses are characterized by mainly based on the genomic characterization. Most of the time it is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, which is a gene which is partially sequenced to understand the virus nature. Additionally, nowadays with the advancement in the technology and also the cheaper technologies, whole genome sequencing has been the order of the day in order to understand the nature of the virus. Emergence of new variants is mainly due to high frequency of homologous RNA recombination. We have seen there are a number of RNA viruses, but there are few RNA viruses which always tend to develop or evolve into new viral strains, maybe because of if you take an example of influenza, there the genetic assortment and genetic recombination is the important phenomena which plays a role. As far as coronaviruses are concerned, it is the higher frequency of homologous RNA recombination which is leading to emergence of new viruses. So if you look at exactly how that recombination happens, so when two types of coronaviruses are infecting a single virus, there is a donor template from one and there is a acceptor template from the other. And during the process of replication within the cell, there is an emergence of recombined virus, which has a part of genome from a donor and a part of a genome from an acceptor. This is a kind of phenomena which lead to emergence of new coronaviruses. It may be at the level of cells happening in a single host, leading to quasi-species, or it may be between the different hosts, which might be leading to an entirely new strain of viruses. And SARS corona, MERS, and SARS-CoV-2, these are all like examples which are a result of this phenomena occurring at different level. And if you look at this figure, if you look at the first one is MERS coronavirus, lineage 5, and human coronaviruses, all the colored patches, just if you pay attention towards the colored patches, that is all due to kind of recombination between the more than one type of virus, leading to a chimeric molecule, which has attained and evolved into a different type of virus. And as I said, the classification of coronaviruses is based on its phylogeny, and it falls to a family Nidovirinae and Coronaviridae. Under Coronaviridae, there are 4 genuses. One is alpha coronavirus, beta coronavirus, gamma coronavirus, and delta. And most of the coronaviruses of human, they fall into alpha coronaviruses and beta coronaviruses. Additionally, we have, these are the viruses which are there and circulating in the human population. Additionally, there are few animal coronaviruses which are also there and circulating in the animal population. But every now and as witnessed a recent pandemic, there are certain emerging viruses shown in the red circle that are due to the concept of recombination and involvement of multiple hosts. So coming to the endemic human and animal coronaviruses, as I pointed out, not all coronaviruses have led to the kind of pandemics we witnessed for last 3 viruses like SARS, MERS, and SARS coronavirus 2. There are 6 to 7 different coronaviruses which are circulating in human, and there are a number of coronaviruses circulating in animal, but largely they are infecting upper respiratory tract or gastrointestinal tract, and they're self-limiting kind of infections showing very mild typical signs of the disease. And if the kind of changes they undergo are also lead to little severity up to kind of bronchitis and pneumonia. And in animals, the disease caused by majority of coronaviruses are mild, except for few viruses where high case fatality is observed. So if you look at this map, a global map, which is showing circulation of human coronaviruses, which are endemic in nature, there are 4 strains shown here: NL63, HKU1, OC43, 229E, which are very most common human coronaviruses, which are known to associated with the common cold-like symptoms in human. And they have been reported across the globe, from Australia to Asia to Africa to North America, Europe. So their presence is there all the time. But when it comes to the animal coronaviruses, as I pointed out, every species of animal has its own set of coronaviruses, name it as a feline coronaviruses, canine coronaviruses, and porcine coronaviruses. Of them, 3 are most important. One is porcine epidemic malaria and transmissible gastroenteritis, and porcine respiratory coronaviruses are 3 important porcine coronaviruses, and they are all circulating worldwide. And there are bovine coronaviruses and equine coronaviruses. There are few in mouse and rat coronaviruses, and they all fall into alpha and beta coronavirus group. And recently, there is an emergence of a new coronavirus in pig, which is called porcine delta coronavirus, which has been reported from China, and it has not been detected so extensively worldwide, but it is a very important emerging porcine coronavirus, which has gastroenteritis as an important clinical sign. So those are like endemic ones, which are there with us and which have been causing a disease, but not to worry much, because the signs are mostly mild and they are maintained in the system. When it comes to emerging human and animal coronaviruses, we have witnessed from 2002 onwards 3 such emergences. One is SARS coronavirus, the second one is MERS coronavirus, and the latest one is SARS coronavirus 2. When you look at the global spread of MERS coronavirus in red and SARS coronavirus in yellow, from the country of origin, the virus has spread extensively across the globe, and it has been reported extensively, and it did cause extensive mortality and case reporting. MERS, which originated in Middle East, and SARS coronavirus, which originated in China, but they did spread to Africa, South America, North America, reported from Australia, and so on. When it comes to emerging animal coronaviruses, I'm giving more emphasis on pig coronaviruses, which are globally distributed. Taking an example of PGIVER, which is a transmissible gastroenteritis virus, which is a very important, economically important disease, wherein which it causes a piglet mortality due to gastroenteritis. And then is porcine epidemic diarrhea virus, which has also been reported from most of the countries across the continents. And as I said, the latest one is the porcine delta coronavirus, which is also reported from China and United States, Canada. And the latest one is SARS coronavirus, which is also reported from China and which has not been reported so extensively across the globe. So these are emerging coronaviruses of pig. When we look at the specifics of SARS coronavirus and the role of different animals in this, and as we, by this time, everyone are aware like how important is the bat reservoir as far as coronavirus is concerned, and their contribution towards emergence of human coronaviruses. And there's always an intermediate host in between, which may be a wild animal or a domestic animal, which makes the process of spread more efficient and finally ending up in human. And further human to human transmission decides how effectively the disease spreads across the globe and how fast it spreads across the globe. So severe acute respiratory syndrome, which was reported in the year 2003 from China, and within a short period, it spread to North America, South America, Europe, and Asia because of the nature being a respiratory infection and aerial transmission. And we reported like 7,098 sick cases, and of which 774 died with a case fatality rate of 9%. And bat was accounted as a reservoir host for this virus, and Himalayan palm civet were considered as intermediate host. So to decide whether the palm civet was an intermediate host or was it also carrying a set of coronaviruses which contributed for emergence of a new SARS coronavirus in human. So the palm civet which were in the contact or which were in that epidemiological settings were tested positive for a SARS coronavirus, which is very similar to the one which we detected in human, whereas the palm civet in the wild did not show any such presence of virus, which suggested that palm civet which came in contact with the bat might have carried the virus in the form of intermediate host, which later spread to human. When it comes to MERS, which is a Middle East respiratory syndrome caused by MERS coronavirus, which was reported in 2012 from Saudi Arabia. And the disease also spread, not as extensively as SARS, and it did spread to Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. And the case fatality rate in MERS was very high, which was up to 35 to 36%. And again, bat was a reservoir host, and dromedary camels were the intermediate host. As we saw the kind of pattern, for every new coronavirus for which bat is a reservoir host, there is an intermediate host, which may be a wild animals like palm civet or a domesticated or semi-wild animal like dromedary camels.
Dr. Hiremat,
Sir.
5 minutes more.
The emerging human coronaviruses like SARS-CoV-2, which is a kind of well-known story among us. Pangolin is now accounted, suspected rather. We're not still sure which is the intermediate host. And as you look at the SARS coronavirus genetically, and it is found very similar to bat coronavirus, and also it is quite similar to pangolin. That's how we ended up in suspecting pangolin as an intermediate host. So disease transmission, again, most of us are very much, well versed now how the disease transmission happened in SARS coronavirus 2. And again, proposed evolution of SARS coronavirus is asking whether it is pangolin or any other means of spread to humans. Still, it is under research. And the rate of transmission is measured by R0 value. And we know that SARS coronavirus has 2 to 2.5, whereas MERS has 2.5 to 7.2. And every disease has its own kind of R0 value, which will decide how fast the disease spreads. In any process, epidemiological process of understanding and emergence of a new virus, outbreak investigation becomes a very important method in order to capture the emergence of new viruses. And the very objective of outbreak investigation is to identify the cases and their clinical manifestations, and how significant they are in terms of emerging infections, and whether we have a diagnostic tools and how to differentiate them with the existing diseases. So if you look at the case presentation that was accounted during the Wuhan market outbreak of this particular disease, initially we never knew that it is a SARS coronavirus 2. What we all knew was pneumonia of unknown etiology. And since China has a very good surveillance system, and they could be able to capture this unusual outbreak, and epidemiological investigation led to associate this outbreak to seafood or wholesale market. And that was how we know that that might have contributed for emergence of a new virus, which we don't know, but it is causing pneumonia of unknown etiology. And all the 44 initial cases were reported, and they were associated with the seafood market. And later on, still, it was a time when we don't know anything about the virus, not like now where we know most of the things. And we don't know the cause of the disease severity, source of infection, what is the nature of spread. And then based on the initial observation, there was a public health response to go ahead with contact tracing, pathogen identification, and active case finding to do the case based on the case definition, environmental sanitation, where immediate response were taken. And these are a few clinical signs observed, which most of you are knowing it. And then comes the laboratory diagnosis. They did apply the samples to known pathogens like influenza, avian influenza, adenovirus, SARS coronavirus, and Middle East, but none of them were positive for this virus. And then it led to what like pneumonia of unknown etiology, which finally led to the identification of this particular virus, which was associated with the seafood market. And then on January 20, we could know that it is a novel coronavirus isolated and characterized by whole genome sequencing. When compared, it was shown that it is similar to bat coronavirus, which led us to understand like bat might have played a significant role in order to identify this disease. Conceptually, whenever we go for outbreak investigation, cases of unknown etiology are initially made a tentative clinical diagnosis based on the clinical signs, which were then subjected to a kind of laboratory investigation, risk factor investigation, and based on which we'll plan for the control and prevention. Once there is a confirmatory laboratory diagnosis, then we verify the diagnosis, and finally we apply a very specific control and preventive measures. So this is the kind of process and approach we take for any outbreak investigations for new diseases which are emerging. And role of animals in emergence of novel coronavirus is significantly appreciated, identified, and a lot of research shows already for most of these coronaviruses, there is an intermediate host, which might be a domestic animal or a kind of wild animals. And these are all contributing together for the maintenance and emergence of these kind of viruses. As it is already pointed out, anthropozoonosis is observed with respect to COVID-19. And we did come across pet animals getting positive, captive animals getting positive for COVID-19, which was mostly accounted for anthropozoonosis. And a lot of research is going on in terms of developing an animal model for coronavirus 19. In this context, infectivity of COVID-19 to most of these laboratory animals were tested. Of now, which is ferret, cat, and civet, were found to be little susceptible for COVID-19, unlike other species of animals. And why did most of these coronaviruses emerge from Chinese, kind of, not necessarily Chinese, but a kind of setting where we have civet, bat, snake, turtle, poultry, and human all coming together in a close contact is possible in wild animal wet markets. And these are the markets where we have a high potential of emergence of new viruses, and which are to be viewed and considered at different levels, because as we understand, China has a legal system of farming the wild animals and also using wild animals, some of the listed wild animals for food purposes, which is responsible for bringing such a widely separated animals, but bringing them all together in a single canopy and allowing the transmission of infection between the animals and also in the presence of human beings. So there are, as I said, the ICR also has taken initiative in terms of animal science under Animal Science Division for the research on COVID-19, not specifically, but coronavirus as such in animals. Very emphasis is on surveillance and risk assessment, identification of animal reservoirs as an intermediate host, transmission pathways. So other diagnostics, vaccination are a few of those things. Whereas very specifically, we have now an NASF funded project wherein which we are looking into epidemiology of coronaviruses, molecular diagnostics, and development of vaccine. In that, ICR Nivedi is involved in surveillance for porcine respiratory and enteric coronaviruses, where we are taking a surveillance approach with the intention to identify the disease distribution and its presence in the population. And we are also responsible for preparation of sampling, countrywide sampling plan for veterinary surveillance for animal coronaviruses in India. To summarize what I said, RNA viruses in general, they have an inherent ability to mutate by the process of being an imperfect replication as we view them. And because by this phenomena, there is always an emergence of new viruses. When such new viruses enter into a host has its own set of factors. Maybe it's an immunocompromised state or comorbid condition or any other factors which might make him more susceptible for such infections. And he is again in a larger environment, which also contributes his ability to be susceptible for the disease. And what are these environmental conditions? Many has been already spoken and talked. And there is one more set of environment. We have a lot of wild animals and other things. When these two environments are separated, most of the time the spillage of viruses and diseases from wildlife setup to human was less. But when we started bridging this gap with so many economic activities, industrial activities, agriculture activities, probably we are coming closer, making these environment continuous, which are leading to the emergence of new viruses. So what we all have to make is to see that this separation is maintained and everybody respects their boundaries. So with that thing in mind, my concluding slide says like COVID-19 is the biggest pandemic witnessed across the globe. And we now know that bat coronaviruses are a kind of source for recently emerged SARS coronaviruses. And now extensive research and surveillance is going on bats in order to identify the set of viruses, what they have. And then comes the intermediate hosts, which are in close vicinity of human population, which are acting as a stop by and transmitting the virus, which we have to yet to understand with respect to SARS coronavirus 2. And with that, animal definitely play a critical role in the evolution of human coronaviruses. So with this, I conclude my talk, and I'll be glad if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hiramat. Maybe we'll take the questions a little later. If your presentation was truly very, the maps were excellent, and I'm sure several students would really appreciate having access to your presentation. Some of the maps are really beautiful.
Thank you.
With this, I would like to now invite Dr. SVS Malik, who's the head of the Department of Veterinary Public Health at IVRI. And he's going to speak on One Health perspective in tackling zoonoses. Dr. Malik, we've kept you waiting for a long time. Welcome. The floor
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nitya.
Slideshow mode, please. So it's very clear, but we just need you on slideshow mode.
I think it's clear.
Extremely clear, extremely clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, at the outset, I pay my sincere reverence in the lotus feet of God Almighty, the supreme creator of this universe. And my regards to all my esteemed seniors, especially esteemed Vice Chancellor, Colonel Professor Vishnu Sharma ji, and my former head, Dr. H. Rahman, and all the, especially Dr. A.K. Gehlot sir, and all the luminaries under whose patronage this international webinar is being arranged. And thanks to the organizers, especially Dr. Dharam Singh Meena ji, for being in constant touch with me for this webinar. So quickly, I will go through these slides, and I shall be trying to share my understanding about this important issue of One Health, which has taken a center stage. Our policymakers and everybody, be it students, stream, or anybody, they need to have the insights into the functioning of this One Health and how we are going to tackle the zoonotic diseases with this visionary approach, which is very old, but has suddenly taken a prominence in the COVID settings. So zoonotic diseases, actually, they have emerged as a persistent global threat, as you can see from the front page cover of the Time magazine, which speaks volume about the terror these diseases have unleashed. Nature and we share same signatures. If you look at the tree stump or human thumb, but not only we share, in this world, we also share air, water, land, food, but also the pathogens and toxins. Long back, a visionary in Edward Jenner warned, as he could realize, the danger of keeping pets and animals as a source of zoonosis, because he was of the opinion that they are not originally meant by God to be our companions in home. And this thing is now coming in the form of zoonotic diseases that are taking epidemic and pandemic proportions. We have passed through many civilizations, right from the Stone Age to the organized housing and farming. The two major revolutions took place in this world. One was the invention of the steam engine, and then came the steel, the wealth of nation, that dictated. But unfortunately, the mankind has chosen the steel to cage his greed in the name of so-called organized farming. And animals were pushed into cages. There they shared the pathogens. And here it is interesting that, in fact, if one person is unkind to an animal, it is considered to be cruelty. But where a lot of people are unkind to animals, especially in the name of commerce, the cruelty is condoned. But once large sums of money are at stake, it will be defended to the last by otherwise intelligent people, said the Ruth Harrison. It's a very bitter truth. And so much so that it has gone to the wet markets, as you see in China and in African countries, that have become source of breeding ground for the pathogens. Out of our reverence to the God, we share many positive things, but also the pathogens. Through the mass gatherings in all the religions, across the religions. And you can see that how much gathering is there. And these pathogens, 1,415, which affect the human beings, with this breakup, you can see here, 61%, it means 6 out of 10 are zoonotic in nature, amounting to huge number of 868. They pose a massive economic losses, and here are the couple of 3 examples: Nepal, SARS, and H5N1 and H1N1. If we appreciate here that 60% of existing human infections are zoonotic in nature, the fact is this 75% of emerging infections are zoonotic in nature. They emanate from animals, and that's why the onus lies on veterinarians. Today is the day, World Zoonosis Day, when we have to educate the people about the importance of these zoonotic pathogens, and most importantly, the ways by which they can stay safe and keep their families safe. Emergence of SARS, MERS, and SARS-CoV-2, basically all 3 coronaviruses that have assumed pandemic proportions, have dictated the term to rethink and refocus on emerging zoonotic diseases, especially One Health approach, so that we may have realistic assessment of the magnitude they whose in terms of loss of lives or the economic losses, the risk posed and the impact, so that what are limited resources are available at our end, we can make judicious use of them in tackling them effectively. Zoonoses cannot be eradicated from the planet, but if we are wise, alert, and organized, we can manage them best. To add to the problem, there is a burden of biomedical waste. This, I am projecting the figures before you just from the recent issue from 1 to 15 July of Down to Earth, and you can see how much medical waste we are dumping on ground, which is helping in the spread of zoonotic pathogen. We have got dense human population. We are losing the wildlife biodiversity like anything on alarming rate, and the interaction of human and wildlife is increasing because of the shrinking earth base, and people are cutting the jungles for the want of constructing their houses, and that's why we have been identified as the #1 hotspot on the world map. As most of you are aware that there are several driving factors for disease emergence, I have listed here a couple of the examples of the disease that are specifically associated with these conditions that are indicated on the left side. So whenever human encroachment or human activity has led to these kind of activities in the name of development or greed, the resultant diseases, they have emerged. And this disease emergence actually, if you look at this graph, is mainly because of the change in the land use and agriculture industry change. You will agree, especially in country like India, everybody has a dream to have one's own house, regardless of the fact that half of the top fertile inch cover of the land takes more than 1,500 years to evolve. So in one stroke, we just convert that fertile land to barren land once we construct our house on a fertile land. Otherwise, other activities are not that important. If you take international travel and medical industry change, these are the 4 most important components that have actually led to. And in 1922, we used to take 80 days to take a round of the world. Now the time has shrunk to just 8 hours. And the network of airways you can see here compared to the previous times. And this network of seaways, airways, earthways has added greatly to the dissemination of these pathogens across the globe. If we want to have an overview, 60% of these diseases that are infectious in nature, 75%, they have an animal origin, and 5 new human diseases appear every year. 3 are of animal origin out of these 5, and 80% have got bio weapon potential. Since 1940, more than 300 emerging infectious diseases have been identified. Now you can see the rate of their emergence. This is the recent paper which has come and talks about the diversity of the interfaces between wildlife and livestock resulting in zoonoses, with examples. The lines which shows the circulation, this is primary transmission or amplification of the pathogen in the host, maybe wildlife or livestock, and how it gets finally spilled over to the human has been shown. If it is dotted line, like in case of Brucella, Mycobacterium bovis, this is secondary transmission or amplification. And in case of tick-borne encephalitis viruses, here the vectors are involved, especially in the vector-borne zoonoses. This is a very interesting paper when we talk on this day that how much we are aware. If we are the light, we will be spreading the light. If ourselves we have darkness somewhere lurking in, we will be spreading that. So this paper compares
the general awareness of the zoonoses about in the Australian General Medical Practitioners and Veterinarians. This is a recent paper in 2020 December. And this more red portion shows the alarming situation, means which is not good. If it is on this side, blue color, this is very good. And the darkest part is the best. So if the general medical practitioners and veterinarians have been compared, you will be glad to see that in developed world, veterinarians are quite far ahead in every arena, be it diagnosing a zoonosis ever, veterinarians lead from front. Like concerned about zoonosis, they are concerned. Confidence in diagnosis, they are very confident. Confidence in management, very confident, and confidence in giving advice compared to their medical counterpart. Likewise, frequency of discussing risk mitigation and ever made a cross-professional referral. This speaks about their reach to their counterparts in medical and in other professions. Whereas in India, the picture is not that good because only 40 to 60% what is needed to manage zoonosis, people, especially medical students, graduated from India have been judged, and this is their response. Now we are a witness that one virus can change the globe, and whosoever said one person can't change the world never ate an undercooked bat. Global health systems are struggling to cope up with COVID-19. So I won't touch up this much. My former speaker, learned speaker, has already touched these points about the G4 flu virus, which has got pandemic potential, and 4% of the China population has already the antibodies against this. So this is another danger lurking around us. An average Indian morning starts with so many bad news, be it the waterborne disease, antimicrobial resistance, or zoonotic disease striking here and there. And this is basically when a pathogen starts from their wild setting, which is the nature has given them their natural abode. It is the man alone or with their domestic livestock venture into their domain. And in the process, the organisms are exchanged. Basically, there are 3 cycles. This is what you see here. The bottom one with pink color is a wild cycle, which is maintained by bats, rat, and macaques and all wildlife. And vectors, they also help in transmission of these pathogens. Once they are transmitted to domestic livestock, then they perpetuate there. And this green color is indicated by domestic animal amplification. And this from domestic livestock and the wildlife. Once they go and settle in human, then they perpetuate there to take epidemic and pandemic proportions. So basically, they are otherwise confined into the wildlife setting. So basically, it is human encroachment which is causing the problem of a spillover and pandemics. Pathogens have the transition. These diseases have shown upward trend, and some of these diseases, where very few have registered a downtrend. To add to our problems, you see that in large numbers, the wild birds, they carry influenza and West Nile viruses. And these viruses, whenever we keep the animals together, especially in the so-called integrated farming, then ducks and everything, wild birds, they come in contact with human, and so many RNA resortants they develop, and they have got wide potential. Out of so many drivers that have been identified for the emergence of these pathogens, if you look at the major chunk goes to land use 31%, agriculture industry 15%, international travel 13%, and medical industry, including all the antibiotics and the drugs that we use, make a huge churn. So here, these are the reasons because of which the pathogens are emerging, especially the RNA viruses. Because they mutate fast, 4 to 5 to 6 times faster than their DNA counterpart. And that's why more and more viruses are emerging. They have got shorter generation times and error-prone cycles of replication they have got. Their mutation is 6 times faster than DNA counterparts. Basically, if we look at in a comprehensive way, it is the deforestation
antimicrobial resistance, intensified agricultural livestock production, and illegal or poorly regulated wildlife trade that has coupled with the climate change. That is, so nature is being adversely affected, and so are the people. Sorry. Remember, the pathogens do not respect the species boundary. So these are some of the examples that if we are not vigilant, take SARS example, total 8,096 cases, 30 countries involved, 775 deaths. And the pandemic was seeded from a single person on a single day on a single floor of Hong Kong hotel. As guests departed, the virus spread to 5 countries within 24 hours. That is the lightning speed of the pathogens they are traveling at. SARS killed 1 in 10 of those infected, and tourism dropped by 40%, causing a whooping loss of $60 billion US. Same is the story of MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome coronavirus, which was identified in Saudi Arabia, and their fatality rate is 40%. You see, more than SARS. And the largest outbreak was recorded in Korea, where 154 people were infected. Now you see that new dynamics is emerging, and Zoonoses is dictating the world order. Compared to the Hajj ceremony in Saudi Arabia in 2018, when over 2.3 million participated, and unprecedented Hajj witnessed in 2020 only 1,000 pilgrims. That is the terror these medicines have, these pathogens have capabilities to unleash. And that's why people go on predicting whether which pathogen is lurking around and has got a pandemic potential, like you see, just like clicking time bomb, the novel coronavirus is taking its toll. It is humbling to remember that it all started when one person got infected by one wild animal, and the whole world is put under mask. You can't see faces, you can't talk. Then people say that, okay, the source may be pangolins or bats or anything else. And in the fury, having a wrong information, they start killing the bats or any wildlife which they feel may be a possible source. Like in case of Ebola, so many cases, 28,616 cases were reported, and with 11,000 deaths. Ebola outbreak killed 5,000 gorillas. So people thought bats were culprit. And in Australia and other countries, people started killing those bats without realizing that they are a boon for our survival in the nature. They are the most wonderful creature to support the nature. 1,400 plus species, only flying mammal, which constitute 22% of all mammal species. Diet diversity is incredible, can eat anything. Unusual long lifespan for their small size. They have echolocation, which led to the invention of radar. Hibernation, they have got capability, and they form some of the largest gathering of mammal on the planet, like the Bracken Cave you can see here. Have a unique immune system. Their unique immune system is 24/7 on, and now scientists are trying, can we mimic or can we transfer this immune system to the human genome, so we will dispense with any kind of vaccine that we require today for different type of viruses. The bats eat more than 70% of their weight in insects each night. Can you believe? Some pregnant females at 100% of their body weight. That's a lot of insects. A single little brown bat can eat up to 1,000 mosquito-sized insects in a single hour. We need to educate the people, and they give a whooping service of worth US $200 billion. If they are not there, many plants will never pollinate, and production of at least 1/3 of the world's food comes because of their hard work done through the pollination. So in nutshell, if we see the pathogens, actually the bat never fell sick to these say 300 odd viruses, because it incorporates some of the genetic material into its own genetic material, making it self. So that's why there is no need. I mean, the bat is not killed. So cross-species transmission occurs, but this is more in whenever there are wet markets, and then it keeps on circulating. And we look out always for intermediate hosts. Like today we are, in case of COVID, we are searching. Finally, the zoonotic transmission takes place, and that leads to community transmission, hospitalization, nosocomial transmission within the hospitals, and then people, the beds are occupied and you don't find the oxygen and beds. And to add to our problem, there is a great mobility through all the means and the mass gatherings. This is a reminder of that, as way back in 1918, Harvard University germ experiment. It was interesting story, but time is short here. They have said that moral of the story in 1918 was that you wear your mask. Otherwise, you will transmit through your sneeze and talk, you will transmit the pathogen. Here again, lot of controversy was there that whether it is aerosol and droplet. Since beginning, scientists were firm in their opinion that it is aerosol, that is less than 5 micrometer diameter in size, and that falls and contaminates the fomites like handle or any material environment, and that is how it is transmitted. So best strategy even today is the mask. So we should educate the people about the mask, that which mask is best and why. So we have homemade mask, surgical mask, and N95 respirator mask. If you see the anatomy of airways, only the N95 filter mask, it blocks smaller than 10 micron, and that's why only this protects, but not the other masks. Filtering effect of small drops, if you see here, these are the 3 types of masks: T-cloth, surgical mask, and FFP2, that is equivalent to N95. If you are wearing a mask, the particles, suppose 100 in an environment, they will leak through, maximally through T-cloth, then followed by surgical, and only 1 will be inhaled through FFP2 mask. And when you are sneezing or coughing, you are protecting the people. But even then, if you see out of 100, even through FFP2 mask, 30 particles will pass through and may infect the person. And that's why social distancing is very, very important. It binds to the receptor that are located in the nasopharyngeal region. And these are the risk scenarios. That's why you can appreciate here by CDC that
Dr.
whenever
Bali, about 5 minutes more, please.
Okay. So this is the foodborne zoonosis criteria. But here people, you see, listeria in temple milks offered to devotees, it was isolated from Tamil Nadu. Likewise, many diseases like Coxella, they go unnoticed. TB people talk about, but this is hardiest organism, and it causes abortion in ladies. We have isolated, and high positivity in ladies with spontaneous abortion has been noted here. So many things are contaminated, and we have to change our strategy. Nobody thought that Salmonella will be transmitted through onions, and it has involved many countries. Like Salmonella enteritis is linked to peaches because of the use of the infected dung from the cattle. Even listeria is classically associated with meat and cheese, but here the lemon has led to the outbreak. Why it is so? Because everything is linked. Environment is one, this whole world is one, and we have to be one. So food safety is the responsibility of food business operators, individuals, and consumers. Everybody has to be responsible, and most important, what we are lacking in India, practically the food traceability system. How can you save the people? And for that, everybody has to be connected. Everyone has a role in food safety. Otherwise, the next antibiotic resistance is the next pandemic in making. And long back, it has been said that, Alexander Fleming said that some people irresponsible, they will be using these drugs, and it will lead to the drug resistance. So how to manage drug resistance? We have to work collectively on these lines. We have to improve the diagnostics. We have to use combination therapy, identify new targets. We have to practice something, and we have to avoid those things, that self-medication and all. Otherwise, antibiotics in poultry making the human resistant, and so much so that by 2030 colistin will be dead as a drug, because some people with vested interest, they are feeding the colistin to the poultry. Now, as a veterinarians, on this day or otherwise throughout our life, we should educate the people about COVID-19, that what do we know, whether we can get the virus from my pet, and all these kind of questions, whether I can give to the, but so far, except canines, especially Felidae, and ferrets and minks, no other species has been found to be infected with COVID. Coming quickly to the some of the examples that how we can come together to work in this. You see, vaccine has taken a lot of time in all cases. Ebola 15 years, SARS-CoV-2 no vaccine for 17 years, MERS no vaccine for 6 years, but in 12 to 18 months SARS-CoV-2, and still there are so many candidate vaccines. This is a result of the collaboration across the various countries, various groups in which the veterinarians are working along with the medical people. Geneticists are working, biotechnologists are roping in. And that's why we have got these two vaccines. And best thing veterinarian can, especially on airports and all that, this is a very successful story that 4 sniffer dogs, they can detect in 10 seconds nearly with 100% accuracy the COVID patient. So that is how, that is the best than any RT-PCR or antigen test. Otherwise, this kind of news keep on pouring, and the vertebrates have been eliminated from this planet from 100 times faster than what occurs naturally in the last 100 years. This is really alarming. Unless we see these things, we cannot respect the nature. We are creating our own hell. Health of people and livestock and ecosystems are dependent, and earlier we thought that more the dense jungle is, it is the house of pathogens. Now the theory has reversed. If we have got a thick vegetation, then the vectors will be distributed and they will be having so many hosts to feed upon, and the pathogen will not come to the human population. And that's why this COVID is a man-made problem, because they have treated the nature very badly. That's why the plants have become stressed. Microbial toxin have been accumulated. They become carrier of sick genes. They have started passing the disease to animals, to humans. Environmental pollution and pesticide, heavy metal poisoning have made this problem further worse. And the zoonotic diseases have started getting transmission between these two species and coming to the soil in the form of Zoonoses. So basically, if you look at the One Health, it is collaborating. You may go by words, but essence is collaboration. 3C. First, we have to communicate. Then we have to collaborate. And finally, we have to coordinate for our collective goal gain. So this is One Health triad. How veterinarians is the father of Professor J.H. Steele, father of veterinary public health. He has immensely contributed in this concept. So many milestones have taken place in recent times. And when we have to decide, the first priority is to protect people from zoonotic disease. Second is protect food safety and security. Third, protect animal health and welfare. And then comes the protect the trade. So public health efficiency can be enhanced in many ways. One Health people may understand with this umbrella, which covers the antimicrobial resistance, zoonotic pathogens, be it biothreat, food safety, all infectious disease. Along with that, all non-infectious diseases that affect metabolic disorder, joint or skeletal disease, cancer, everything falls under the umbrella of One Health. And what makes the most important component of One Health is the eco-health of the environment. Unless we work together, it reminds us the story of 6 blind men who has judged the different part of the elephants in different way. But once they communicate and coordinate, then only they can say that it is an elephant. Disease priority criteria may not also be considered that whatever disease has been reported more should be considered as priority. In fact, all the masked zoonoses which are difficult to work with, they must be considered because very few people have courage to follow those things. SWOT analysis of existing system and infrastructure, if done, then we'll find that no health institute, now it has come, but we don't have a authority, one health authority in India, where under that umbrella, unless all the different ministries and experts they work, we cannot achieve our goal. This is the SWOT analysis of existing system and infrastructure, and always it is better to identify the risk, then you can forecast and predict the disease. For that, we must have a baseline data, we must have early warning system, and we must have our diagnostic labs most likely empowered with our indigenous on-site rapid and reliable diagnostic test. Although we have got several surveillance programs in India, but we still don't have national single health policy. We have to collaborate, coordinate, and communicate. Like on the pattern of this PREDICT in US, it is very fantastic program and it utilizes artificial intelligence, and we have to analyze with the help of experts from different streams. Like pathogen transmission, primary care, data is collected, then goes to data scientist. It is artificial intelligence is used to predict the using different model for infectious disease. What would be the out?
Dr. Malik, I think if you could try.
Yes, please.
You have many more slides, I know, but it goes into several other domains.
Okay. So these are the something leads they have been taken by in one health approach. Here my point is here I want to make it clear that unless people join their hands, we cannot achieve the goal that we have shown to the world that we are in position to pick up. So many corona genomes have been shared. Likewise, we have to educate the people. Like along with the people in municipal corporations, we have to work for controlling. Varghese Kurian was an engineer who brought a white revolution. Similarly, people from he is also a IT engineer who has been given the UP Ratna Award. He is a wonderful man from UK who used artificial intelligence to help Indian aquaculture farmers to tackle shrimp disease. So my contention here is this, that we have to use all kind of omics, genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolics, and one health team has to be tailor-made, disease-wise. For example, malaria, I have written here. Now, because of this, the malaria vaccine has been recently found effective 77%, and dengue has been controlled up to 96% by unleashing the Wolbachia infected mosquitoes. Rabies is fantastic example of one health team, how we should work. This is the anthrax model that I have taken, that veterinary agency should do this work, medical agency should do this work, wildlife protection agency should do the work related to vulture protection, Ministry of Labor with regard to having masks and ventilators and everything, so that spores are not spreading to humans, and environmental protection agencies and NGOs have to take. Ecologists have also to play a role. For example, the pangolin and the bats have been found to share the similar abode. So we have to work on ecological based solutions, like crayfish as a biological control unit for human cystosoma, very effective. We have to control the rats, and you will find that rats have been controlled best by using owl in Saudi Arabia. So these are very innovative solutions, and that's why we need one health approach. But there are several barriers that come our way, and we are having negative energy and positive energy. It depends on us what we go for, and accordingly we are blessed. We must have an attitude that I am okay, you are okay, but not that I am okay, you are not okay. or I am not okay, you are not okay. With this, I thank the organizers for giving me this time. That what does it mean actually, that how we can collaborate. Each word says a story, that how we can actually collaborate just like hand in gloves. And then I am sure that it is possible to break the shell of ego, complacency, and professional apathy, because the brighter future awaits us. Thank you very much. I am especially thankful to all the organizers and wonderful colleagues and students. Thank you very much.
Floor to Dr. Meena, who for the final vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, Dr. Nitya. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It's a really matter of pride that this webinar organized by our university, it's a we feel that it's a grand success of this webinar. So it's my duty to thanks to all the participants as well as all the dignitaries. First of all, I want to thanks from core of my heart to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. He is really a guiding force behind us. He always guided us, and because of that, we have organized such big event. We feel many times we feel that there are some lot of problems, but sir and madam has always give the encouragement to me. So I really thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you very much, sir, to giving this opportunity to organize this webinar, especially for me. Your trust to me, and it's really I am really thankful to our chairperson, Professor Dr. Sanjita Sharma, Dean of our institute. She is also a great force behind me. She is always encouraging me for organizing such type of webinars. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks a lot to you also. Thank you very much. Sir and ma'am, both are very much thankful. I will be here for your all directions. You please give and you motivate to me. I will organize such type of another webinars also. And it's a really great pleasure for me. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, has given this opportunity to me for organizing such a great international webinar. So I'm really thankful to you, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and our chairperson, Professor Sanjita, ma'am. It's my duty to thanks, first of all, after the dignitaries of my university, I am highly thankful to the participants. Because without participants, this all these activities or webinars are having no any importance. So, sir, there are more than 3,500 audience or the participants are viewing this this event in the RAJUVAS Facebook. And there are so many participants are directly participated in this event in this Alembic Zoom program. So we have a registrations from many of the countries. The data will come after half an hour. But there are pupils from different countries, corners of the different countries, professionals as well as the administrators. They have joined. So my heartfelt thanks to all the audiences. Thank you very much. Now I will thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. H. Rahman sir. Rahman sir is always available for us when we make a contact to sir, and he is available. He is allowed always. My heartfelt thankful to the Rahman sir. Rahman sir is a ILRI regional representative of South Asia. Thank you very much, Rahman sir. Now, my heartfelt thanks to the Dr. King Jeng Dukpa. Dr. Dukpa has given consent. I have mailed Dr. Dukpa directly. I do not have any connections to Dr. Dukpa, but I have mailed because I have seen his work that he is working on zoonotic diseases. So Dr. Dukta allowed and he participated in the inaugural session as well as he presented well. So I am highly thankful to you, Dr. Dukpa. Thank you very much. I'm highly thankful to Dr. Bernadette Abela, Reader. Dr. Reader has already participated in our earlier program that was organized in the World Rabies Day last year. So I am a little bit acquainted to Dr. Abela Reader. Just I have mailed her, and she directly communicated to me that I am available, but the timings issue are there. So she could not joined in the inaugural session, but ultimately she joined in the technical session and she presented well. I'm highly thankful to Dr. Avela Reader, a team leader of the neglected zoonotic diseases in the World Health Organization. I'm also thankful to the people from the FAO. We have invited two scientists from the FAO. Dr. Keith is working on the zoonotic disease, as well as the Dr. Eduardo, and they have consented, but at the last they are busy. That's why they have given apologize that they have there will be another opportunity in the future to support our activities, and they give the sincere thanks and regards to the university. So thank you very much, the FAO scientist, Dr. Keith, as well as the Dr. Eduardo. My sincere thanks to Dr. Azad K. Kaushik from Canada. Dr. Kaushik is a professor of immunology, and he has presented very well regarding the vaccines. He is working on the mRNA vaccines, and he is working well. And Dr. Kaushik is in contact with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Sir has taken concentrate, and it's a great pleasure to us that Dr. Kaushik Azad had joined our this activity. This is a great pleasure for us. So I am giving my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Azad K. Kaushik. Thank you, sir. I am very much thankful to Dr. DBR Prakash Rao. Dr. Prakash Rao, sir, is also very much friendly to all of us. He has also come in our one more very important seminar was organized in our Dean ma'am in the public health in the LPM last year. So sir has comes, and we all are in contact, sir, with sir, Dr. Prakash Rao, sir. He is a president of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences and chairman of the Prakash Foods and Feed Mills Private Limited. We are highly thankful to you, sir. Thank you very much to giving participating in this international webinar and giving your valuable time and your appreciation. Thank you very much. We are highly thankful to our Honorable President, Veterinary Council of India, Dr. Umesh Sharma. Dr. Umesh Sharma is a very, we feel that he is very much close to us. So always when we feel that Dr. Umesh Sharma is with us, so we directly contacted to Dr. Umesh Sharma. He gave consent and he is present all the time. So I am highly thankful to Dr. Umesh Sharma, President BCI. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And we are always available for you. You can give any of the work to us. We are highly obliged. You have joined this international webinar and give the blessings to our vets and the faculty members also. Thank you very much, Dr. Umesh Chand Sharma. I am highly thankful to Dr. Jagdish Herman. Dr. Jagdish Herman, I have contacted to the to Director ICR Nivedi. Director sir has conveyed me the message that Dr. Hirmat will present. He is working on the zoonotic diseases as well as the biosafety. So we are highly thankful to the ICR Nivedi for giving this opportunity to present. A very good presentation was given by Dr. J. Hirmat. Dr. Hirmat, we are also working on the zoonotic diseases here in Jaipur. We have a Center for Diagnosis, Surveillance and Response of Zoonotic Diseases. We have a very good facilities, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor is always keen to develop such type of facilities. So we are in process to develop our laboratory in biological biosafety level 3. Now we have a biosafety level 2 a good, very good laboratory here in itself in Jaipur. So I invite you to, when you will come at Jaipur, you please come at PGIVR and visit. I am highly thankful to Dr. SVS Malik sir. Malik sir, I have also contacted directly to Dr. Malik. One of my colleague, Dr. Himani, is working under the BPS department in the IVRI. So I have contacted to Dr. Himani. Himani gives your number, sir, and you have give the consent. And although you are very busy, I know that you do not have time. There are so many engagements with you today, but you have lastly you have joined. I am very much thankful to you and very much happy that you have presented very well. And and you are a dawn of this
It was pleasure.
Really, sir, you are working very well. Your blessings are always needed.
They are always there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are inviting you to please come Jaipur and visit our institute also. Thank you very much, Dr. Malik, sir. I'm also thankful, very much thankful, Dr. Nitya Ghote. Dr. Nitya is I have met Dr. Nitya virtually in many of the international webinars organized by the FAO or WHO. So I have converted to Dr. Nitya. Nitya has joined us and also moderate our technical session. So we are highly thankful to Dr. Nitya. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. I am also thankful to our Director Research, Dr. Hemant Dadij. He is also a guiding force behind me. He is a director of research. I am working under the Directorate of Research in this Zoonosis Center. So I am highly thankful to you, sir. You have always guiding me as well as all the students as well as the faculty. And this center is working under you. We are doing well. So thank you very much, Professor Hemant Dadi, sir. I am also thankful to all the faculty members of our university, dean, directors, faculty chairman. They have joined at full time and very much helpful to organize this international webinar, especially Dr. Joshi, Dean, College of Veterinary Science, Navania, Ballabhnagar, Udaipur, Director Research, Director Extension, Dr. Dhuria, Director Clinics, Dr. A.P. Singh sir, Dr. Tribhuvan Sharma, and all the Dean Directors. I am highly thankful to all of you. You all are my teachers. So I am also always contacted to you and you have guided me always. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to you. I am also thankful to my colleagues, especially the members of the organizing committee, Dr. Barkha Gupta. Dr. Barkha is a moderator in the inaugural session. She has done very good job, very good work. She organized very well. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot to Dr. Barkha. I'm also thankful to the Dr. Rasmi Singh. Dr. Rasmi Singh is engaged in the question answer hour. She has collected questions and we will send the answer to the concerned person through their email ID. So thank you very much, Dr. Rasmi Singh. I'm also thankful to the members of the organizing committee, the rapporteurs, Dr. Madan Mohan Mali. He is working well for the rapporteur job, Dr. Vikas Galav, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sharma, Dr. Nirmal Kumar Jeff, and the two scientists, Dr. Monica Soni and Dr. Lata Sharma. They are working in the project as a project associate. So I am highly thankful to all of you. I am also thankful very much to our IUMS center, Dr. Dangi. Dr. Dangi has managed the Facebook. He has connected this program directly to the Facebook. So this program was live on the RAJUVAS Facebook page. Thank you very much, Dr. Dangi and IUMS team. Thank you very much. And thanks to all my teachers, faculty members of my institute, PGIVR. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the students of the PGIVR as well as the other institutes of the RAJUVAS as well as the other corners of the country as well as from elsewhere. So last not the least, I am also thankful to the press and media persons. They are also joined this program, and I will request to the press media that this type of programs are very special. So the space will be given to such type of programs. Thank you very much, media. Thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. And I apologize if I forget any of the name. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for such a grand success of this international webinar. Thank you, sir. मैडम ओवर क्लोज कर दें सर से परमिशन
finally close and congratulations for this grand successful webinar.
with the permission of honorable vice chancellor sir,